Hello, everyone. I'm here to help you relax and fall into a peaceful sleep. If you enjoy the stories, please like and subscribe. It really helps a lot. I'd love to hear where you're listening from. Now, get comfortable and let's begin. The horrifying thing, after I drank the free coffee, I've been awake for 18 days. That's not hyperbole or any form of exaggeration. I've genuinely gone all this time without any sleep or rest. Not even a wink. And the craziest part is that I don't feel like I need it. I don't know how I'm still alive. These last few days have been some of the craziest of my life, and I feel like it's about to get much worse. It all began on the eve of one of my exams. The dreaded finals week had come around at UC Berkeley, and although I had studied for it throughout the month of November and prepared myself to the best of my ability, it was still getting to me. Something about having a considerable portion of grades dependent on one test just never sat right with me. I had been lying in my bed for the past 3 hours, tossing and turning, frustrated, unable to allow myself to slip into that glorious world of slumber. It was 4 a.m., and my next final was at 8. Eventually, I'd had enough, so I decided to get out of bed and pull an all-nighter to do some extra studying. After all, staying up through the night had always been better than dozing off for 2 hours and then being rudely awoken, surprisingly enough. So, with that, I sighed, got up from my bed, and started putting on my clothes. I headed out the door into the cool, foggy Bay Area air. The Moffat Library was open, as was to be expected. They were always available 24/7 during this time. The building was entirely still. The information desk was open, and some poor soul who had taken the student job was staffing it overnight. I looked over, and she didn't even move her head to notice me, staring blankly at the screen ahead of her. There were other people in here too, just not a lot. Now and then, you'd see the occasional chair filled by a zombified student, a cup of coffee in one hand, their laptop in the other, and a lovely pie of pizza resting on the table in front of them. Typical. In the center of the main lobby stood a beautifully crafted table with a white cloth draped over it. On top were 2 big metallic cylinders, coffee dispensers, with a basket containing a bunch of small paper cups to the right. Further to the side, a variety of creams, sugars, and sweeteners. The sight didn't surprise me. This school had a tradition of offering free coffee to all students in the late hours during this time. It was a nice gesture for everyone stressing out about their upcoming exams, I suppose. I'm not a coffee drinker. Never was. I despised the taste. Still, it was 4 a.m., and I was about to stay up all night. So, with that in mind, I caved and filled up one of the paper shot cups, making sure to load it with so much cream that, frankly, you probably wouldn't be able to call it coffee anymore. With that, I made my way up the stairway to the right, which took me to the 3rd floor, the computer lab. I approached one of the tens of empty computers, logged into my account, and pulled up my professor's PowerPoint presentation. I practically gulped the coffee down in a minute, and it tasted about how you would expect. But the texture was off. As the hot liquid slid its way down my throat, I felt something like a rough surface pass by my tongue. It was almost as if little tiny balls had been in the fluid, like cottage cheese, but a tad less noticeable. I didn't think much of it then, figuring it was probably something I put into the beverage, or something with this particular brand. And a quick look inside the cup revealed nothing unusual, so I quickly forgot about it. I was considering getting another one when, just 10 minutes later, the caffeine took effect. It was insanely powerful, more than I expected. My heart was throbbing in my chest as I was jolted into awakeness, and I felt like I had just slept 10 hours. There was an ongoing gag going around the school that they injected the coffee with jet fuel. Well, I guess now I know where that came from. Suffice it to say, I'm glad I didn't follow through on what I was considering. I think I would have succumbed to cardiac arrest almost immediately. I continued studying until about 7 a.m., when the sun began to peek over the horizon. As I exited the building, stepping into the crisp Bay Area morning air, I still felt perfect. The heart pounding in my chest was the only thing telling me that this period of energy was artificial. I finally understood why people were such avid coffee drinkers, and I thought that maybe I should do this more often. It ended up taking until about 2 p.m. that day for the caffeine to wear off. At last, I could feel my body begin to slow down, and the full effect of the stunt I had just pulled came over me like a rock. It was like somebody had snapped their fingers and I just crashed. I decided to return to my bed and attempt to sleep off last night. Not for too long, though. After all, I had more finals in the morning, and thinking of that got my fear going once again. I said I had prepared the best I could, but the one that was coming up, oh boy, no matter what I tried, I couldn't figure out half of it. And the thing was worth about 40% of my grade. If I didn't do well on this final, it would tank my class average. A slight panic set in at the thought of it. I should mention that I have a mild case of anxiety. Not to the extreme where I get regular panic attacks, but just enough to make every testing situation about 10 times worse than it is for anyone else. I tossed and turned for about 30 minutes in this pit of dread I was drowning in, when suddenly, something very peculiar happened. My sleepiness disappeared again. It was just gone, entirely and utterly vanquished. I didn't know what to make of it at first, but blamed it on the adrenaline currently shooting through my veins. I decided to splash some cold water on my face and take a hot shower to calm down. It didn't help. 2 hours of laying there passed. Nothing. It didn't make sense to me. It was as if the crash had just ended. As I wasn't getting any sleep, I decided to use this time to work some more. Being so worried about what was coming up and all, I did just that until about 11 p.m. that night. And again, I just still didn't feel tired. I spent hours tossing and turning, hoping, begging myself to fall asleep, but no dice. I had enough at this point. I pulled out my phone and did a quick Google search on how long caffeine is supposed to last. Most results pointed me in the direction of 4 to 6 hours, with the more extreme estimates being up to 12. This had already gone far longer than any of the websites suggested. I rationalized it away by saying that perhaps I was just sensitive to caffeine, and that since this was my first real exposure, it would take a while for the effects to subside. I was going to crash eventually. I just needed to wait it out. But that didn't happen. It was now 4 a.m., and I was still lying awake in bed, feeling no different. I decided to spend the night studying again, very decidedly not taking any of the coffee this time, slightly annoyed that I would likely regret it in the middle of the next morning's final. I didn't. Nothing had changed. And now, I was starting to get concerned. Did I have some adverse reaction or something? What was going on? I called my mom to ask what she had to say. She was equally concerned for my well-being and suggested I take a trip to the university's health center. The best they could do for me was to recommend I take some medication and see if that fixed it, and she instructed me to call a doctor if it didn't. I'm sure you can guess the results of that little experiment. Not only did the medication take no effect, but as I lay awake for hours, a chill sweat began to trickle down my skin. It started gradually, but it eventually became intense, such that my sheets quickly became drenched in the stuff. My head as well was throbbing. A piercing, screaming headache shot its way through my brain, only getting worse, as if I had just been shot. There was a different kind of thumping in my head, though, one much more unexplainable. On top of the raging headache, I felt something else, a tiny, slight, unrhythmic tapping, seeming to occur in different parts of my brain. I paid close attention as it slowly moved from one side of my forehead to the other, then around the back of my skull, before continuing to wrap itself around. I didn't know what to make of it, and that's also where I drew the line. Enough was enough. I was calling a doctor tomorrow. Well, I did so the following morning, and the response I got was something like, "Sorry, the best we can do is give you an appointment in 2 weeks." Great. All praise the healthcare system, I guess. But, accepting it was the only thing I could do, I said, "Okay," booked the meeting, and hoped it wouldn't worsen. The following day was when things started to get a little scary. My mother nearly gasped when she saw me on FaceTime, saying I looked paler than snow. I had to agree with her because in the middle of our conversation, I got a sudden wave of extreme nausea, gagging harder than I ever had before. I hastily hung up the call and sprinted to the bathroom, just in time to empty my stomach contents into the toilet bowl. I sat there, retching for the next hour. All the while, the headache and those odd, irregular feelings circling themselves around my brain continued. And if that wasn't bad enough, as I was donating my insides to the indoor plumbing, I swear I saw something move in the corner of my eye. It was brief, but it looked like a odd, elongated shape, slowly moving up the bathroom wall. I didn't get a good look at it, as it appeared to hurry out of view entirely before I turned around. I searched the entire place, top to bottom, but there was no sign of the damn thing. It was like it had just vanished. That was the final straw. I assumed the sleep deprivation was getting to me, and I was beginning to hallucinate, even though I still felt as awake as ever. But I didn't care anymore. Enough was enough. I could not in any way wait 2 weeks for an appointment. And so, without any options left, I picked up the phone and dialed 911. The paramedics arrived within minutes, and I quickly explained the situation to them. And after seeing how terrible I looked, they immediately put me on a stretcher and whisked me away to UCSF Medical Center. The 2-hour wait in the emergency room was what I could best describe as miserable. I was stuck sitting on a cheap plastic chair in a sanitary lit, open room surrounded by patients suffering from God knows what illnesses. The icing on the cake was that my symptoms continued to worsen throughout my entire stay. My vision was beginning to go hazy, and I swear I kept seeing something move in my peripheral vision, like what I found back in my apartment. Finally, after hours of torture, the doctor finally called me and escorted me to my new room. She introduced herself as Dr. Emily Harris and ran me through some basic questions, the typical stuff. How are you feeling, Alex? Terrible. Have you taken any drugs recently? Other than NyQuil? No. Do you drink any alcohol? Very rarely. It was just your standard, run-of-the-mill doctor's questioning. But soon, one toward the end caught my attention. Did you drink any caffeinated beverages recently? The doctor asked. I stopped for a moment. I did have a shot of coffee, but it was 3-4 days ago. The doctor made a hum of acknowledgement, her expression considerate before shaking it off. Okay, well, that shouldn't be causing this then. I'm going to be honest with you, Alex. I'm not sure what's happening. So what we're going to do now is run you through a few tests to hopefully determine an answer, and if we can't find anything, then we might have to keep you here overnight to perform a sleep test. I snorted. Sleep test. Right. The preliminary test went exactly as expected. They took some fluids, checked my blood pressure, and looked at my heart rate. All the standard stuff. Everything turned out negative for any sort of issue. My vitals were perfect, frustratingly so. And so, I was then quickly informed that they would be proceeding with the sleep examination that night. They escorted me to a place that looked more like a hotel room than a hospital. A big window at the far end would let in plenty of natural light during the day. There was another blurred-out window on the right side, and a neat little old-fashioned lamp stood on a nightstand. The bed itself looked rather cozy and had a lovely wooden finish as a headboard. If I weren't so ill, I would have admired it. After hooking me up to various pieces of equipment that I couldn't even explain the purpose of, Dr. Harris spoke again. All right, you're all set up, Alex. Now don't worry. We're going to be watching from the adjacent room the entire night, okay? So if you need anything, just ask. I nodded my head, the only response I could make in my current state, and watched as she handed me a couple of pills. Oh, and one more thing. Here is some Silanor for the night. It's an insomnia medication. It should be more powerful than the stuff you had before. Hopefully, it might have an effect. After I swallowed what she had given me, the doctor made her way out of the room and turned off the lights before closing the door. And just like that, I was left with nothing but complete, overbearing silence, broken only by the gentle hum of machinery. As my eyes hadn't adjusted yet, darkness swallowed everything. I gently eased my head back into the pillow and shut my eyelids, hoping to finally catch some Z's. The bed was really comfortable. In any other situation, I would have fallen asleep within minutes. But now, 1 hour passed, 2 hours passed. I was beginning to get frustrated. It seemed that the tablet the doctor had given me wasn't helping. So I just lay there, staring at the ceiling for some time and holding my eyes shut. Nothing happened until about midnight. And quite frankly, I wish it had stayed that way. I immediately felt the throbbing in my head return, and the gentle taps that seemed to be circulating around my entire head went into overdrive. It was more evenly spread now, too. Rather than being in specific locations, it was across what seemed to be the entire circumference of my brain all at once. I could almost hear it inside me, all the little contacts, like crinkling paper. I sprung up to a sitting position, clutching my face in pain. My eyes had adjusted to the darkness now. What was once pure nothingness had brightened into a shadowy cacophony that ate the corners and walls of the room. The nausea returned, and stars pulsated through my vision, and just then, something caught my eye. It sounded in my ears too, coming from the dark, shadowy corner that lay just to the left of me, running smoothly and slowly up the wall. I looked over to the source of the noise, which was partially illuminated by the glow of the machinery, and what I saw made my heart drop. Tucked away where the left and back wall met each other was what appeared to be a black, slim, elongated tube of some sort. But no, it wasn't that. I peered closer at it, and I realized it had legs, hundreds and hundreds of little tiny legs squirming and latching onto the surface in unison with the noise. The animal slowly crawled its way upward, paying me no attention. Its long body wriggled in perfect harmony as it made its way towards the ceiling. I stayed frozen in fear for a few seconds before I immediately launched up from my bed and screamed, practically ripping the equipment down from where it was standing, unleashing a loud crash. The doctors stormed into the room and immediately turned on the lights, demanding to know what had happened. I was hysterical. My head was still pounding. It felt like my brain was constrained. There's something in the corner of the... But as I looked to point it out, what I had seen was gone. Alex, how long did you say you were awake for? Dr. Harris asked with concern. It's common with severe sleep deprivation that you may experience hallucinations. It made sense, but what I had seen felt so lifelike. Unsurprisingly, the doctors informed me that they would have to cancel the sleep test because my ruckus of throwing everything to the floor managed to break the equipment I was strapped to, so yay me. However, they said that they could retrieve all the data up until now and that they would be able to review it as soon as possible, and decided it would be best to move me to a standard hospital room while they awaited my results. They could barely move me 5 feet before I started gagging, and soon the floor was greeted with a pristine covering formed from my stomach contents, delivered by yours truly. Jokes aside, I finally got a good look at what was coming out of me. It was filled with what looked like tiny black spheres. I didn't know what to make of it. Quite frankly, I was worrying about other things, but it seemed to stun the doctors for a moment too. However, they quickly got back to the task and escorted me out into the hallway. I didn't see what became of my mess afterward. After getting into an admittedly less comfortable hospital bed, I finally had the opportunity to scroll through my phone. It was completely blown up with panicked messages from my mother, asking me what was happening and demanding to know why I wasn't answering. I called her back, and the second she saw the medical bed behind me, she nearly exploded into tears. "What happened?" she cried. I explained everything that had been going on since I last called her. The sudden wave of nausea I experienced, calling 911, and the sleep test. We, or rather, she, came to the conclusion that she would fly down and visit me as soon as possible to hopefully get this whole situation sorted. It was nice. A silver lining in all this awfulness. At the very least, I was going to be able to see my mother again. Dr. Harris interrupted our conversation, and after I said one last goodbye to my mother, she simply sat down and sighed. She was holding what looked to be a couple of sheets of paper in her hand. "Hey, Alex," she started. "So, we've been reviewing your sleep test data as promised, and well..." She showed me what looked to be a graph with a long, squiggly line complete with small valleys and ever-towering hills. "Your brain waves, they're highly irregular, look." She began tracing her finger along the jagged line. "They are much more active than they should be, and they nearly go off the graph here when you had your episode. It's highly alarming." I stared at her in silence, not knowing exactly what to say. "One thing's for sure. We're going to have to get a head CT done as soon as possible. I'll see how soon I can get you in for an appointment." I could barely utter an okay before she left the room, and finally, I completely broke down. This whole thing, it was a massive nightmare. I had no idea why this was happening, and it seemed like even the doctors, the world-class professionals, did not have any semblance of a clue either. I just wanted this all to end. I just wanted to get some sleep, finally. I wanted to stop seeing that creature in the corner of my eye. But alas, I should have known my prayers would all fall on deaf ears. A few hours later, Dr. Harris returned and escorted me to the head examination room. It was small and white, with what looked to be some sort of control desk behind a wall in the front, and a large machine resembling an MRI taking up most of the space, making a lot of noise, far more than I had expected. I lay down on the little bed, feet facing the device, and put my arms over my head as the assistant wheeled me into the machine. I can't lie, I had a certain amount of dread come over me. I knew this was all normal procedure and that it was going to be painless, but something about this was daunting. Dr. Harris and the others returned to the control area near the entrance and advised me the scan was about to begin. However, I didn't even make it for what seemed like 5 seconds when there appeared to be distress from the control center, and one of the assistants practically ran out of the room. My heart began to pound in my chest. Dr. Harris approached me immediately, a grim expression on her face. "Listen, Alex," she sighed. "Normally, CT scan results take weeks to get back to you, but we've seen some things here that I believe might have to be taken care of now." She ushered me back to the area she had been in during the process and pointed at the computer screen, and I nearly gasped when I saw the image being projected. There was a picture of my head, which was to be expected, but there was something else. Wrapped around my brain was a long, bug-like creature with 2 big antennas at the front and an uncountable amount of legs. The whole thing bore resemblance to a giant millipede, yet it was slightly fatter and was long enough to cover the entire circumference of my brain twice. There was something else, though. That creature looked precisely like the one I had been seeing in my hallucinations, albeit a bit smaller. My heart lurched in my chest as I stared at the unnerving image. I was feeling sick to my stomach, but not due to the illness this time. "What the hell?" I exclaimed. "Yeah," Dr. Harris commented. "I have no idea where this came from. I've never seen anything like it before, but we're gonna have to get it out of you pretty fast." I could only bob my head in agreement, still lost in my thoughts. This passenger had been sitting inside me for God knows how long. Was that what I felt when I experienced that tapping inside my head? Was it that crawling around up there? As if on cue, it started again. I paid closer attention this time, and I could really feel it. All those little legs skittering along my brain. I immediately dissolved into a blind panic, but that only seemed to make it pick up the pace. It almost seemed excited or stimulated in some way. My headache returned, and I collapsed to the ground, my fear briefly forgotten. Dr. Harris stood up to help me back to my feet and looked at me with a concerned expression. "Look, Alex, I'll try to schedule surgery to get it removed as soon as possible. Until then, just try not to think about it too hard, okay? Don't think about it too hard." That was easier said than done. How was I supposed to go back to my room and pretend something like this hadn't just made itself a home up there? My terror got worse. As I was ushered back to my room, I still felt it the whole time. It had gotten active recently, and my symptoms were starting to flare up again. I was overwhelmed with illness the second I got back and immediately sprinted toward the bathroom. The substance I excreted looked the same as before, filled with those weird black spheres. I didn't pay attention to it, though. I was still thinking about that thing. It had been real. Maybe my visions hadn't been. But whatever that was had been living inside me this whole time. I tried, desperately, to calm myself down and tell myself it would be out in a day. That didn't make it any better. After finishing my rounds, I got up weakly to wash my hands, and that's when I saw it. Slightly above my eyebrows, in the middle of my forehead, was what appeared to be a massive bulge. It sat there, completely still. As I looked at it further, I realized it wasn't just that. It was a long, winding, bug-like cylinder that circled itself around my entire head. I could even see the pieces of my hair slightly displaced by the shape as it sheathed beneath them. I don't know what came over me, but somehow, all worry and tension immediately disappeared. I found my right hand slowly drifting up towards my scalp, as if it had a mind of its own. I'd say I tried to stop it, but that would be a lie. It was almost like I was in some sort of trance. My mind had gone completely blank as my arm slowly hovered up further toward the anomaly. Then, I touched it and squeezed it gently. It was soft, almost like some sort of sponge, but I didn't have much time to register it, as it immediately squirmed away. darting out of view and behind my head at a speed that looked similar to a bullet fired from a gun. This is what finally ripped me from my state. I screamed and leaped backward, almost splitting my head on the bathroom tiles. I sat there breathing heavily for a moment, hyperventilating, nearly crying before I worked up the courage to look back into the mirror. It was gone. I did a complete 360 to make sure, but no matter what angle I checked, it wasn't there anymore. My headache intensified once again, and I ran to my bed, curling up in the fetal position, tears streaming from my eyes. I remained like that for hours. The doctors had come in to check on me and see what was wrong, but after I explained what I had seen, they found nothing. Still, their presence helped calm me down a tiny bit. That night, I simply lay staring at the ceiling. I don't think I would have been able to sleep, even if I didn't have this odd condition. Nothing else happened, but still, it was bad enough. The image of what I saw on the CT scan and what happened to me later in that bathroom was haunting, and no matter how hard I tried, I simply could not get it out of my head. My mom arrived the following morning, and I explained everything to her. She was understandably just about as freaked out as I was, but she relaxed a tad bit when I told her about the doctor's plans to remove what was now being dubbed a parasite. My neurosurgeon, with a team of doctors, an assistant, and my anesthesiologist, came in a few minutes later, announcing that it was time to perform the surgery, and told my mom to remain in the waiting room. With one last hug, we said goodbye and split up, to hopefully see each other again once this was over. Don't worry. I'm going to take good care of you, my anesthesiologist reassured me as she prepared the machine. Bright blinding lights sprang to life as the doctors prepared their tools and laid them out on the table next to me. I knew I wouldn't be feeling any of this, but still, I have to admit, it did give me a small pit in my stomach to see all of the sharp objects that were about to be used on me. They stuck an IV into my arm and hooked me up to all kinds of equipment, including heart rate and blood pressure monitors. I listened as the rhythmic beeping sprang to life and tried to ease myself, staring into the piercing lights above. Okay, Alex, my anesthesiologist smiled. Once I set this mask on your face, I want you to count down from 10 in your head. I promise you will be asleep before you reach 0. You'll be awake later, after the first part of the surgery has been completed. With that, she gently placed it over my nose, and, slowly breathing in the chemicals, streaming through the tube, trying not to think about how I'd soon wake up with an open skull, I did as she'd requested. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. I reached the end of my 10-second countdown. I was still awake. I began to worry. Nothing around me had changed. I tried to say something, to get up and tell the doctors that I was still there. But the second I tried to move, I realized I couldn't. I was locked in place, bound to the table, completely paralyzed. I couldn't even do so much as wiggle my fingers. My heart beat faster in my chest as I looked over at the anesthesiologist who was viewing my heart rate and other vitals, and thankfully, she seemed to realize something was wrong too. He's awake, she said bluntly, slightly confused as she stared at the screens in front of her. Don't start yet, I'm going to increase the dosage. She turned some knob on the machine connected to my mask, and all of a sudden, I felt an intense surge of the stuff getting pushed through the tube, far more potent than it had been before, forcing itself into my nose. My paralysis was getting stronger, but I was still not falling asleep. I began to panic, as evidenced by the ever-increasing beeping on the monitor beside me. The anesthesiologist started to swear under her breath as she turned the dial up even more, almost bringing it to its max. But nothing was working. I lay there, awake on the table, unable to do or say anything, while the doctors all crowded around me, trying to get me to go under. Suddenly, the lights above me went out, and the room went completely dark. All the medical staff blurred into the sides of my vision, still and unmoving. What was once a soundscape filled with the frantic movement of personnel and nurses and the rapid beeping of machinery was replaced with complete and utter silence. I sat there, breathing heavily, and that thing began to scurry again, rushing as I felt it crawl all around my head. I wanted to throw up. It was incredibly disgusting, and it just wouldn't stop. There was something else, though. A couple of minutes passed, and something crept through the silence. A soft but noticeable crackling noise came from the far end of the room, something I couldn't see from here, slowly making its way ever closer. I stared into the distance in terror as the sound unmistakably began wiggling its way up the foot of my bed before changing slightly, now sounding like small, tiny micro taps on plastic. It wasn't long before two creepy small antennas became barely visible, peering through the darkness, just into view. A couple of seconds later, the head arrived. It was here, the same creature I had seen on the CT scan, although it looked much larger. It continued to work its way up the end of my bed and slithered down the other side. I tried to get up, to run, but the paralysis drug that the anesthesiologist had given me was doing its job. I was still stuck. I was left helpless, only able to watch in horror as it slowly squirmed its way over onto the bed and up onto my foot, giving me the sensation of hundreds of tiny little appendages pushing their way up my body. It was relaxed, seemingly unfazed by all my struggles as it got closer and closer, gently wrapping its way around my limbs. I could look at it now. It definitely resembled a massive millipede, but no exoskeleton existed. Instead, what made up the body seemed to be a pale, fleshy mass, laced with a pattern of black marks strewn across the entire specimen. It reached my stomach and made a straight beeline for my face. I tried as hard as I could to hold my head back and keep it as far away as possible, but it was futile. All the while, the back half of it had just crossed over the far bed frame. My eyes watered as it slowly crawled over my neck and made contact with my chin, its long antennas now taking up a good chunk of my vision. I didn't seem to be wearing my mask anymore. I don't know when it disappeared, but it was missing, which gave that thing the opportunity to reach between my lips with its little front legs and slowly pry open my mouth with a strength I wouldn't believe it had. I tried again in vain to turn my head to do something to counteract it, but nothing worked. The only movements I made were the spastic twitches of my muscles as I shook like a leaf. Once the creature had opened my mouth just enough, I gagged as it slowly began to crawl its way inside. I felt every movement of the tiny bug limbs creeping on my tongue, the fleshy mass slowly rubbing against the top of my mouth. I wanted to throw up so badly, to cough, but for some reason those reflexes weren't working. All I could do was gag over and over as its long, segmented body maneuvered its way in, like a snake shedding its skin. The head reached the back of my throat and began to work its way up towards the top of my skull. As I watched more and more of its body disappear behind my lips, I heard the sound and then saw more and more of these creatures. Smaller ones began to appear at the sides of the bed and weaved their way towards me. Some crawled toward my face. Others maneuvered themselves across every square inch of my body. I tried to scream, but nothing came out. I began hyperventilating, looking at the scene in front of me with terror. Each time I looked, there were more and more, appearing out of thin air, exploring every little nook and cranny of me. A pounding, throbbing headache ensued, and above all that I felt the original parasite continue to crawl its way around in my brain faster than it ever had before. I squeezed my eyes shut, praying for the nightmare to end. After what felt like forever, the lights above me blared to life, and I launched out of the bed and let out a shriek as I flailed my arms around. I nearly smacked the hand of the anesthesiologist dead on as she immediately grabbed hold of my shoulders, trying to ease me back into the bed. "Easy, easy," she said. I wanted to yell at her, but then I realized everything I had just seen, all those bugs, those creatures, they were gone. It was just me and the doctors in an operating room with a highly rapid heartbeat monitor. I took a second to collect my bearings and looked at the mask sitting on the bedside table. They had taken me off the medication. I instantly collapsed into tears and begged for my mother. "We're going to have to try something else," one doctor said. "Removing it isn't going to work if we can't get him under." I nearly tackled my mom when I saw her again and explained everything about my horrible experience in that operating room. Dr. Harris came in a couple of minutes later with a grim expression. "Okay, Alex, I am sorry about what you just went through. For now, we've decided that we're going to try and give you some anti-parasitic medication and see if that will help your condition. I hate to tell you this, but the medical staff is a little lost right now because you've been infected with a species we've never seen before, so we'll call in some researchers to better understand your condition." My mother immediately stood up in protest. "You are not going to run experiments on my son." Dr. Harris simply looked at her with professionalism. "They aren't experiments, ma'am. We're just going to study the best course of action to hopefully kill or get this parasite out of him. And besides, it's Alex's choice." They both looked at me, and I sighed. I desperately wanted this as far away from me as humanly possible, and so, with nothing left to lose, I accepted. The next 7 days, my condition didn't get much better. I had been awake for 13 days at this point, but it was weird because, despite how horrible I felt, I still didn't feel the need to sleep. I still felt just as awake as when this whole thing had begun, and at this point, I had resigned myself to not feeling sleepy ever again until this was over. I requested to spend my nights with my mother, because after my surgery encounter, I didn't want to be lying in my room alone at night, and the presence of my mother helped put me at ease. She even taught me to laugh about it all a little. And as time went on, mysteriously, the hallucinations became slightly more diluted, something which the researchers quickly picked up on. Oh yeah, at this point I was also being watched by a team of them 24/7. I was doing constant tests, scans, the whole deal. The anti-parasitics they were trying seemed to have no effect. I guess that was to be expected. The next day, one of the researchers came in and told me he had an idea. My symptoms seemed to calm down when I was at a state of ease, and flare up when I was stressed or scared. So he proposed giving me a high dose of a medication that's supposed to regulate my stress hormones. I tried it for 2 days, and the scientists' theories were all but confirmed because my hallucinations and all my other symptoms weakened significantly. A subsequent CT scan revealed the thing had grown much smaller than it had been before. It was starving. This is what led to the current theory that the parasite likely feeds off of stress hormones or other things your body produces during these periods. They continued this pattern for the next 2 days, until my symptoms became so mild they almost didn't exist anymore. I was still stuck awake, but everything else had been diluted to an absolute minimum. The parasite on the CT scan looked like a shriveled husk of what it used to be. Dr. Harris came into the room that day and delivered a message that almost made my stomach drop. She said that, if possible, she would like to try the surgery again, given the thing had gotten so weak that the researchers didn't think it could overpower the anesthesia as it had before. I halted for a moment. On the one hand, I was eager to be done with this, but on the other, I didn't want to relive what I had. Dr. Harris assured me that they would be starting with a very low dose, and if they didn't notice an effect, they would immediately call off the operation. After a long debate between my mom and the doctors, we decided to proceed. Thankfully, the surgery went off without a hitch. When I came to, I finally saw the thing that had caused me all this trouble with my own eyes. It was dead, lying on the bedside table, fully stretched out. It looked the same as what I had seen in my hallucinations, albeit a lot smaller. I even got to name the damn thing. Neural sleep parasite had an excellent ring to it. Before long, they hauled off that monster for further study, and I never saw it again. They explained to me that I had most likely ingested its eggs when drinking that coffee back in the library, and that, combined with a high stress response, allowed it to sort of take over my brain for a while. But I cut them off. I didn't want to hear more about this. I was done. I was released from the hospital a few hours later, got into my car, and drove back to my apartment with my mom. I know you will say I probably should have let her drive, but after all this, I was so eager to get back to a normal life. However, I regretted it very soon, because the past 18 days of no sleep hit like a truck in the middle of the journey. Without the parasite continuously stimulating my body, I needed to sleep again, and now my brain was about to demand I pay up the tab. Without realizing it, I began to doze off at the wheel in seconds, and drifted into an oncoming lane. A shrill scream from my mom sitting next to me was the only thing that stopped us from slamming into a massive 18-wheeler with a combined speed of 140 miles per hour. I ripped the car back to the proper lane, adrenaline surging through my body. I immediately pulled over and let my mom take the wheel, realizing my stupid mistake. It goes without saying, she drove me home the rest of the way. Upon arriving at my apartment, I immediately made plans to dive into bed. It was time to catch up on those 18 days of lost sleep. Or so I thought, because immediately after I jumped under the covers, my tiredness vanished. I began to panic but forced myself to think clearly. They said I ingested its eggs with that coffee. What if there was more than one? Or what if it had laid more while it was inside me? Come to think of it, those odd black spheres coming out of me all the time were unsettling. I just never thought to bring it up. because there was always something else of critical importance happening. I'm writing this now with a piercing headache, as all of my symptoms are beginning to rush back. I think I just felt something crawl under my skull. Something horrible inside the abandoned mall. Honestly, when I mention this to people, no one else seems to remember this. I'm not sure why this seems to linger in my mind every night. When I mention the riots in '95, they talk about the riots in LA. They don't remember the sirens screaming all night. They don't remember the men in gas masks knocking on every door, telling us to leave. The shortages, the fear, the paranoia, the evacuations of entire cities. Almost the whole lower peninsula of Michigan. I was one of the few who stayed. Some couldn't leave for other reasons. Some chose not to leave. Sometimes I would find their doors broken down and their bodies shredded like sheets of paper. As for me, I stayed because I had a new job to do. They call us collectors. In reality, we just go off whatever names they give us. Some call us vultures. Usually people are desperate enough or crazy enough to collect samples and intelligence from the quarantine zone for the eggheads or Uncle Sam. Some of us lived colorful lives. Some were given a choice of prison or being a collector. Some of us were contractors before this, or washed-up veterans or ex-cops. As for me, I had my own reasons. They send us in by ourselves or in pairs if they feel like we're important. I wish I was that lucky, but then again, luck has never been my strong suit. Then again, when we're not doing Washington's dirty work, we're holed up somewhere, licking our wounds out of the cold. Some like to make their own little hideouts in the nooks and crannies. As for me, I always believed in safety in numbers. Plus, they tend to attack groups of people. I tended to shack up in St. Mary's Cathedral, Detroit, Michigan. Some other collectors were there every now and again. Usually, it was just me, Father McBride, and a few vagrants who had nowhere else to go, no one else to turn to. It was a nice spot, actually. Father McBride always kept the fire going and had some beds set out in the main worship area. It was like any other day in this hellhole of a state. I was sitting by the fireplace on a cushion with a cup of coffee cradled in my hands. Instant, of course. But hey, I take what I can get. Despite the coffee tasting like a combination of charcoal and gas with the absence of sugar, I took another sip as I glanced over my shoulder to see a few people huddled in blankets with lit cigarettes hanging from their chapped lips. I glanced out the warped window to see the snow was starting to pick up. Snowflakes began to gently tap the window. I was just about to finish my coffee when I heard the distinct sound of my pager chiming. I groaned as I dug into my pocket for it and glanced down at the minuscule screen to see a radio frequency to tune into. I gulped the last of my gritty coffee and trasped over to my bag to my Syncar's radio and set it up real quick, setting it to single channel and plain text, then punching in the freak. I took hold of the receiver and began to speak into it. Scepter to Agent Riley. Radio check over. The feminine voice of my handler chimed in from the other end of the net. Hearing you, got some work for you. Hitme. Got a hit from the Marines saying there's some unusual activity in Northland Center Mall, Southfield, Michigan. They want a specialist to look into it. I rolled my eyes and let out a sigh. Could they be more specific? There was a short pause before Agent Riley finally responded. Some of the grunts said they heard coming from the old mall. Not sure how it's possible. Yeah, me neither. Well, I'll start hoofing it there. Oh, no need for that. There's a convoy that you can hitch a ride with to the mall. I furrowed my brow. How did you manage that? I heard a soft chuckle from the other end. I have my ways. Get geared. They're gonna pick you up soon. I hear. Scepter over and out, I said as I hung up the receiver and gathered up my gear. Of course, it really wasn't much. Half of it was old surplus shit from Vietnam or stuff I managed to get from camping stores that weren't completely looted. I finished putting on my MOPP suit and clipped on my gas mask bag to my hip. I grabbed my Alice and my weapon case and walked outside as I could hear the sound of diesel engines rumbling closer outside. I walked outside to see a 6-vehicle convoy of weathered Humvees and 5-ton trucks driving down the snow-covered street, with a truck with a snowplow mounted on the front clearing the way. The line of vehicles came to a halt. A Marine in full MOPP gear waved over to me from a canvas-covered truck. I walked over as he leaned out the driver's side window to get a better look at me. You the collector? He asked the gas mask, muffling his voice. I nodded, and he thumbed behind him. Hop in, man. We'll drop you off on the way. I didn't waste any time and quickly threw my things in the back of the covered 5-ton. I chambered into the shadowy interior. Half of the metal benches inside were occupied by the hunched-over shapes of Marines with combat loads, rifles slung over their chests. Arms crossed as some shivered in their MOPP gear. Some opted to not wear their gas masks as lit cigarettes hung from their lips. Stacks of framed Alice packs filled the empty space from across the benches. I settled in my icy seat as a few of the Marines offered grunts of acknowledgement. The truck let out a hiss before speeding off with delay. There was little sound besides the rumble of the engines as the scent of burning diesel and cigarette smoke hit my nostrils. I gazed out the back of the truck as the convoy passed half-buried wreckages of cars and remains of what were once police checkpoints. The uncomfortable silence was finally broken as one of the younger Marines turned to look at me. A question deep in his mind. I gotta ask, why do you collectors do this shit? Ain't most of you civvies? I snapped out of my own trance as I pivoted to him. I offered a shrug. Most of us are. But we all got our reasons. Just like all of you, I'm sure. But we're kind of forced to be here. You can just leave, right? He asked naively, and I quietly scoffed at this. You must be new around here. We can't leave even if we wanted to. This seemed to deflate his desire to ask more questions as his shoulders slumped, but he remained silent. The truck continued to rumble as it negotiated a large pothole that had no doubt only gotten bigger from the year or so of non-existent repairs. The convoy stopped just shy of entering a semi-crowded parking lot. Some cars were still left. Many of the windows had already been smashed, the tires slashed, or missing entirely. Even with the snow, I could still see piles of scorched tires. Half-frozen corpses still buckled into their seats. Some clutched their loved hands, never letting go even after death. Some clutched icy weapons that could never save them. All too common sight nowadays. A constant reminder for those like me, doomed to join the frost. A multi-story behemoth of concrete and faded store logos jutted out over the horizon that was once a mall. Its numerous frosted-over windows hide its spiraling depths from my vision. I could feel the 5-ton slowing to a stop as it let out another hiss before falling motionless. Without a word, I stood up from my seat and dropped my gear out of the truck before hopping out myself with a grunt. Good luck, collector. One of the Marines bid me as I departed. I took a deep breath before reaching for my carrier bag on my hip for my gas mask. I quickly donned it and pulled over the chemical hood, zipping it tight. The Marines only stared at me as their convoy sped away, leaving me to my own devices. I reached for the receiver that hung on the straps of my bag and quickly keyed in. Agent Riley, I'm on site, not seeing much yet. Looks pretty standard. Standard as in? She responded with a pause for me to elaborate. Not seeing any shells. Still some bodies around. At least not any fresh ones. Gonna load up over. Well, you know the deal. Try to take lots of pictures and get a live feed if you can. Got it, I said as I hung up my handset on the strap of my bag. I kneeled down and began to key in my code for the case. With a soft click, it slotted open. I grabbed my .38 and my 12 gauge. I began to load it up with double-aught buckshot. I chambered a shell into the chamber and quietly walked over to the smashed front door. The interior was dimly lit from the half-covered skylight. I could still see the outlines of abandoned storefronts hanging in the empty interior. Trash and various articles of debris dotted the floor. I stooped under. The half shattered as my boots crunched under shards of glass. Making entry, I quietly spoke into my handset as I stepped inside. A long hallway of looted storefronts and barred doors spiraled ahead of me. Copy, get me a live feed scepter. Agent Riley responded with a less carefree tone. I reached for the shoulder mounted. I switched it on and set it to record. Live feed up. I replied as I slung my shotgun up. Patching in, standby, she stated as my camera made a few whirring noises. I reached for my belt and grabbed a flashlight, quickly switching it on to illuminate the long hallway. Finally, I could hear static from my radio as Agent Riley finally chimed in. Alrighty, patched in. You know what to do. I'll keep watching the feed. On it, I responded softly as I carefully walked past some of the shadowy storefronts. I shined my light in as I made my way past. The fronts that weren't barred were completely barren from looting. I could feel the bitter air still clutch me tightly in its frigid embrace. My mask lenses fogged up slightly as I breathed out warm air. Despite how bright my light was, the darkness of the hallway seemed to swallow the beam itself. I continued forward as I passed flickering neon signs that illuminated the floating dust particles kicked up by my boots. I passed the hallway into the main atrium. The main skylight acted like a beacon of brightness in rest of the lightless mall. A maze of escalators and stairs twisted around the multi-story atrium. It was almost beautiful in a way. How calm and quiet everything was now. The crowds that strangled every inch of this place either fled like roaches into the FEMA camps at Selfridge Air National Guard Base or became one of the wandering shells. Not it was just us and those who don't belong here. I was snapped out of my thoughts as I heard the distinct sound of a phone ringing. I looked over to see several worn payphones lined up against the nearby balcony. The ringing reverberated the empty halls as I hesitated to answer it. "Scepter, what's wrong?" Agent Riley asked with a twinge of concern in her voice. "Got a audio irregularity here, Agent Riley," I said, attempting to regain my radio etiquette. Despite my hesitation to answer it, it was still ringing. It should have stopped ringing by now. "The phone?" she asked with a hint of hesitation. "Yeah, it's still ringing," I stated, slightly unnerved by the constant ringing. "Go ahead and answer it. Don't say anything unless it's necessary. I'll listen in." I sighed into the mic before replying to her. "Copy." I approached the still ringing phone. I shines my flashlight on the box itself. It had a deep layer of dust covering its exterior. I noticed a lot of the wiring were completely exposed, with the insulation of the wiring almost completely stripped from the cables. Parts of it looked to be snapped off completely from being chewed on by rats. "Agent Riley, I don't think the wiring is even intact enough for it to even work. This place part of the blackout zone? I can see from here it's not. As for power, it's in Zone 5, Oakland County last I checked. Could be a backup generator that's still running. Look into it after you answer it." "Got it," I said as I picked up the receiver and put it to where my ears would be under the chemical hood. I heard slight static from the other side as I quietly listened for any sound I could pick up. I could hear someone else listening on the other end just like I was. I considered saying something as the silence only began to sink in further, but decided against it. Instead, I slowly tapped the receiver a few times with my clunky chemical gloves. I knew whatever was on the other side heard it when what I can only describe as a sharp inhale from something that had greater lung capacity than a human. I heard a voice straining itself like it was trying to speak for the first time. The line went back to muted static again. I kept listening for a few more moments, and I could now hear what sounded like the usual kind of music you hear when you get put on hold. Something about it was wrong at your first listen. It might sound like a normal song, something you might hear in a mall or an elevator, maybe some old department store. Unassuming, unremarkable. The notes that played, I quickly took note that some of them were out of tune. Some didn't even sound like they were played correctly, like it was a song based on someone else's memory alone. I looked down at the receiver, staring at the weather-worn phone, still emitting that strange music. I hesitated to hang up yet, especially since Agent Riley was still listening. "Hang up," said Agent Riley with a more harsh edge to her voice. I quietly set the phone back in its place, finally silencing it. I grabbed my handset for my radio. I held down the button to say something, but any words I could say refused to leave my mouth. I let the button go as I released my gloved finger. I started walking again, this time with my free hand on my holster. I suppressed the sound of my heavy winter boots as I best I could, while also avoiding stepping on any shards of glass or loose paper. I could tell Agent Riley was watching the feed closely. "Got a floor plan for this place?" I asked her quietly. "Stand by," she said with added professionalism. I sighed softly and silently wished I was somewhere else. I took out one of my disposable cameras and snapped a few quick photos of my surroundings, including that strange payphone. Eventually I heard Agent Riley back on the net. "From what I can, there's a series of maintenance tunnels that lead to some kind of utility room. Seems large enough to house a generator." I softly tapped my rubberized boot for a moment and thought, if it was running all this time, it should have been out of juice by now. Agent Riley was silent for a few moments, but I couldn't tell her finger was on the receiver from the slight static through my hand mic. "Look into it, please. You should be able to get into mains through one of the storefronts," she replied after a slight pause. "Got it," I replied as I shined my light into one of the storefronts. I got a closer look through the amber beam of my flashlight. Most of the arcade cabinets were still inside. The colorful fonts and vibrant artwork sprawled across the peeling plastic stared indifferently at my form as I gazed inside. The way in was half covered by metal bars. I kneeled down to get a better look inside. Honestly, it was in better shape than most of the storefronts in comparison. It seemed like the looters didn't see much point in ransacking this place. That might not be a good sign. I crouched in, careful not to strike the barred food with any of my gear or my Alice pack. The air inside still carried a deathly frigidity to it, despite being sheltered from much of the wind's wrath. Even with all of the insulated MOPP gear on, the cold didn't relent. I stood up and looked around my weathered surroundings. My footsteps softened on the faded starlight carpet. The beam from my light source reflected off the arcade machine's screens. Some of them were cracked or had a thin layer of frost covering them. I passed the once colorful prize corner. Its cheaply made winnings were still stocked, hardly even touched. As splotchy and worn they were. Not even the looters wanted that shit. I peered around the arcade looking for my way into the tunnels. I finally sighted a set of double industrial doors just past the two racing game machines. The faux double racing seats jutted out from the ultra-wide screen of the machine. I passed by the barely legible titles of Dayton USA and Sega Rally as I got closer to the door. I glanced up at the lightless exit sign that hung above the doorway. My hand grasped the handle and turned it quietly, only to find it locked. I took a step back and sent a swift kick into the door. The rusted hinges didn't offer much resistance, as the door flew open to a door hallway. I peeked my head around the corner as the light illuminated clinical white walls. Various piping and exposed cables jutted out from the walls. The hallway was silent, with even the sound of howling wind not reaching this place. I trudged forward, not exactly eager to continue on, but I resigned myself to do so. Then finally, somewhere, deep within the darkness beside my vision, I could hear something stirring in the lightless corridor. Music. Just music. This time, it was different from how I heard it on the phone. Loud and clear. No longer strangled by the static of the payphone's receiver. The tone was melodic. Probably an older song, with lots of classical instruments. It was soothing, almost unnaturally so. Like a lullaby from your childhood, it almost sounded familiar to me. Like something that lingered in the back of my mind, despite how many years had passed. Where have I heard this before? I switched off the flashlight and stowed it on my webbing. I groped for my dimmer headlamp and turned it on. I unslung the shotgun from over my shoulder and half-pumped it to check for the shell's presence in the chamber. "Please, be careful," I heard Agent Riley say with a hint of nervousness in her voice. I looked down at my handset as she made this remark. She was right. I did need to be careful. I was alone. No one was there to watch my back. No one was there to patch me up or carry me out if I couldn't make my own way out. If I went down, no one was here to carry me to safety. Something could easily leap from the darkness and slit my throat before I even had the chance to fire off a single shell. If I had to run in this heavy gear, would I even make it? Even if I dropped my pack, I would drop my only lifeline to the outside world with it. I tightened my grip on my shotgun to keep my hands from shaking. I took a deep breath as the music echoed in some distant corner of the tunnel. I started carefully moving down the hallway. I held my shotgun close to me. The music only grew louder as I walked deeper into the shadows for what seemed like an eternity. Switching to open mic, I said softly into my radio as I set it to hot mic my every word. I needed my hands free for what came next. Agent Riley didn't reply this time. The hallway finally led to an open doorway, which preceded a middling room that seemed to some kind of storage or utility room. Something made me stop dead in my tracks. 2 dead bodies lay on the cracked concrete floor in newly made winter clothes. I raised my shotgun as I creeped past the threshold of the doorway. I quickly scanned the room for any kind of threats. I checked my corners, double-checked the doorway behind me to ensure I wasn't followed here. I did everything by the book. I couldn't find anything inside minus the bodies. The utility room seemed to originally house some shelving and circuit breakers, but now it seemed to be converted into some kind of makeshift sleeping area of sorts. 2 winter sleeping bags were laid out, as well as some various other amenities. A kerosene stove, a cooler, and some burnt-out flashlights. The floor was covered in torn, open, bright yellow packaging from handed-out HDRs, patriotically colored foil wrappers, stamped on cardboard food packets with half-torn American flags, and a small bold text that read, "Food gift from the people of the United States of America. Agent Riley got 2 bodies here. Look to be vagrants. Gonna look them over." Heard. I kneeled down beside the first corpse. They were dressed in soaked winter clothes, scarves and all. They were laying face down. I grabbed their shoulders and turned them over. The pale, lifeless face of a man in his mid-30s with his eyes wide open stared back at me. The warmth had been completely sapped from his body by the cold air. Must have been dead for at least 10 hours, but it could have been longer. I started to cut open the clothes with a pair of trauma shears from my belt to see if I could get a better look at any wounds that could have killed him. I noted quickly I didn't see any kind of wounds or massive trauma that could have did him in. Hell, I didn't even see a single drop of blood on him. If I hadn't known any better, I would have said the cold took him. The other corpse was in the same state. Ice cold, pale, no wounds, no blood, nothing. The clothes they were wearing should have protected them plenty from hypothermia or frostbite, even if their clothes got wet. It was almost like they just gave up on living altogether. I snapped a few pictures of the bodies and the room itself. Agent Riley was still quiet. Agent Riley, these bodies. She interrupted me. I know, just take some samples and... Something finally dawned on me. The music had gotten much louder now. Agent Riley had noticed it too. I stood up to stare at where the music was coming from. I waited for it to draw closer beyond the closed doors, but it never did. I slowly approached the door with my shotgun at the ready. I swung the door open, only to see utter darkness staring back at me. I shined my headlamp into the darkness. The shadows seemed to swallow the beam from my light. This wasn't any natural darkness. The music itself seemed to be coming from the shadows themselves. Despite the pitch blackness, I could see what seemed to be particles of dust and snow swaying in the air within the symphony. Waves of heat vibrated in the air in that supernatural darkness. I never thought I would ever get close to one of these. I felt gusts of hot and cold air brush past me. It was mesmerizing, honestly. I felt myself go into a small trance. It seemed like I found the source of the strange activity. Agent Riley got a positive ID on a musician here. I can see that. What's it doing? She inquired as the peaceful music continued to play and echo in the halls. I observed it for a moment before finally replying, "It's humming," I replied as I lowered my shotgun. "Did it kill those two?" Agent Riley asked me softly. I looked back over at the two unmoving bodies, then back at the musician, gazing at it for a second. "Unlikely. I don't see any burns on them." As I said this, I could hear something different. The fluorescent overhead light tubes began to softly buzz above me. I was sure the power was completely dead besides that phone. My doubts began to fester as they began to flicker on and off. I felt a pit forming in my stomach as the lights continued to act up. Even the burnt-out flashlights nearby began to flicker to life. Nothing about this was right. Nothing about this made any sense. I needed to leave and fast. Nest permission too. I stopped myself mid-sentence. There was another sound. I waited. I listened. I heard it. Somewhere close by, but I couldn't tell where. The sound of scrapping metal began to draw near. It almost sounded like it was coming from all around, every angle, every corner. I prepared myself for the task ahead, fighting for my survival. I kept turning and turning, trying to point the barrel of my weapon at the source of this sound. "Scepter? What's wrong? What do you hear?" she asked with dread seeping into her usually calming voice. I debated telling her that I was cutting the job short and ditching it, but it was probably too late now. "Hold traffic," I said as I curled my finger around the trigger. I waited for anything to move to make itself a target, but it only got quieter. Even the musician's ever-present melody fell silent. The only sound I could hear now was the buzzing from the lights above me. I continued to look around my surroundings. My heart started to beat faster, like it was about to burst out of my chest at any moment. I felt sweat begin to build up under my stuffy MOPP suit. I froze in place. There was only one place I hadn't checked. Right above me, the musician suddenly blared out a series of notes much louder than before. The walls seemed to vibrate from the volume. It was much different from the song it was humming a few moments ago. This song was fast-paced, suspenseful, like something you might hear in a good horror movie. I realized something at that moment. It was warning me. I didn't have a chance to wonder why as I looked up. What I saw hanging from the ceiling was something I could hardly put into words. Where would I even start with describing what I saw? My eyes burned when I looked at it. Tears began to overtake my vision. The lenses on my gas mask began to fog up. I could hear my radio crackling with some kind of interference. My trigger felt like it weighed 50 pounds. It was reaching out to me, but I quickly noticed it didn't have any hands. What I remember the most was its misshapen smile, or maybe it was a sneer. I couldn't tell. I finally squeezed the trigger. I was quickly glad I chose buckshot this time, otherwise I probably would have missed. I slam-fired 2 shells into it. I know I hit it, but it didn't stop it. I was confident that it took off an arm, if you could call it that, but it did give me just enough time to bolt for the door. "Class 5, Class 5, I yelled into the radio as my hand grasped the doorknob. I swung the door open and slammed it shut behind me. My heavy boots stomped loudly as I took off in a dead sprint down the never-ending hallway. I could hardly see where I was going out of the foggy lenses. "Get the fuck out of there, Jack Crow." I could hear Agent Riley scream through the crackling interference of my radio. That's when I heard those god-awful sounds coming from behind me. The door behind bulged as it slammed into it with its endless body. The door began to bend and twist as its writhing appendages reached through the jagged gaps in the door. The sounds it made, like nothing I had ever heard in all my years of being a collector. A deep rumbling murmur shook my surroundings. The sound traveled through my body as this hum only increased in volume. The lights flicked rapidly as they were reanimated. My breathing only increased in rhythm as I reached the double doors back to the arcade. I could hear the sound of the door behind finally giving away as it flew off its hinges and slammed into the ground. I shoulder-checked the next door open, quickly shutting it behind me. That's when I noticed the arcade began to flicker a light. It wasn't just the lights this time. It was the arcade machines too. The dusty screens and debris-ridden speakers began to reanimate. Light filled the forgotten arcade, slow and sputtering at first, like something waking up that shouldn't. Colored bulbs cracked to life, one by one, blinking and stuttering like fireflies drowning in static. The machines, long dead and dust-caked, flickered to their attract modes. Glitched gameplay previews stuttered across the screens. Voices warbled through shredded speakers. One cabinet deep in the row behind me let out a warped shriek. Daytona. It was blown out, distorted, far too loud for such a hollow space. The sound hit my chest like a shockwave. Cheerful, enthusiastic, completely wrong. It echoed through the arcade like something remembering how to be alive, even if it didn't understand why. Even through the flashing lights and mechanical noise, I heard the door creaking open, the one I knew I had locked. It slithered, it crawled, it walked, all at once, but never made a sound when it moved. I ducked low behind a row of jammed cabinets, trying not to breathe too loud. My gear felt like dead weight now. I tried to keep my breathing as quiet as possible, even with the adrenaline pumping into my veins. I was hardly able to stand up with how much my legs were shaking. Even though it didn't make a sound when it moved, I could still hear a very muffled creak from the floor itself from its mass. It whirred and warbled. It almost sounded like it was mechanical in nature instead of coming from a living thing. The doorway was close, but not close enough for me to make a mad dash for it without it catching up to me before I could crawl back under the barred door. I slowly reached on my belt for something I'd been saving for a rainy day just like this, an incendiary grenade. It felt like it took a lifetime for me to unhook it from my webbing without alerting it to my presence. I let my shotgun hang from the sling across my chest. As I took off the various safety pins on the grenade, I slowly peeked through a gap between two machines. I could see its massive form, almost covering the entire gap. I slowly pied the corner with my finger on the pin of the grenade, ready to pull at any time. I peeked my head around the corner. It wasn't facing me this time. It was completely still, listening for the smallest sounds. I twisted and pulled the pin with considerable force. I knew it heard it because it stopped making those god-awful sounds. My arms felt heavy as lead. I fought my shaking hands to keep my thumb on the clip to keep it from going off in my hand. It turned to look at me with that smile that was too wide, too misshapen. That's when I realized it wasn't smiling. It just didn't have any lips for its spiraling maw. Its many eyes stared right into me. Every single cell in my body screamed at me to run, to hide. I gripped my teeth and finally tossed the grenade. I didn't know if the live feed was still active. I hoped it was, but I know this must have been hard for her to watch, but at least she had the common sense to stay quiet while this thing was after me. I felt tempted to turn off the live feed so she didn't have to watch me get ripped apart by this thing. What little chances I had lay in that cylinder of thermite. The grenade landed right next to it. It glanced over at it with its many independently blinking eyes. That's when it finally went off. First thing I saw was the smoke, then the grenade hissing harshly as it released a cone of sparks. The mold-covered carpet was the first thing to catch a flame. I expected to hear it screeching, screaming, anything, but it was silent. Normally a lot of these things scream when fire touches them. They hate it more than anything else. I took my chance and dashed for the doorway as the smoke began to fill the room. I reached the barred door and practically threw my body through the gap. I slammed it shut and made sure it couldn't be opened this time. My breathing was ragged as I laid on the floor covered in sweat. Smoke had finally claimed the majority of the room, obscuring my view of its interior. I was about to push myself back up and continue running, but something stopped me. An orange glow could be seen through the thick smoke. That's when I saw it. It was still alive. It emerged from the smoke, its entire form engulfed in flames. That's when I realized how tall it really was. It stooped down to gaze at me. The flames didn't seem to bother it, as its flesh began to char. I aimed my shotgun at it with my unsteady hands as it continued to stare at me from its side of the barred door. Its lipless maw began to move like it was trying to speak. I was glued to the spot as I could only stare at it with wide eyes as they stinged from looking at it. Its appendages wrapped themselves around the bar, still staring down at me. I felt thoughts that weren't my own enter my mind. A single word kept repeating itself over and over again, from a voice I never heard in my life. Reanimator. It continued to echo in the confines of my skull. Finally, my radio screamed to life once again, and I heard Agent Riley's calming voice over the net. She only said one word. Run. This seemed to snap me out of my trance. I pushed myself to my feet and took off down the hallway. The lights around me were flashing wildly as my legs burned from all the gear I was running with. I rounded the corner, entering the main atrium again. I came to a screeching halt at what I saw next. Everything was back to normal. All the decay, all the disrepair. It was gone. The lights were back. The biting cold air had vanished entirely. The mall wasn't just repaired. It was alive again. There were people, there were families and groups of teenagers meeting up at the food court after school, all walking by at a leisurely pace for a slow afternoon of shopping. I couldn't believe what I was seeing. The people looked normal enough at first. Nirvana shirts, jeans, the newest kicks, all wearing bright summer wear, but I couldn't see any of their faces. They weren't missing them entirely. They were fuzzy, like trying to take a picture of someone's face when the camera was out of focus. They didn't even seem to notice I was there. Some of them even walked right through me like I was a hologram. I was lost in more ways than I could possibly imagine. I reached for my radio in vain, hoped that I could still reach Agent Riley. Agent Riley, can you hear me? I desperately wished to hear Agent Riley's nonchalant voice over the net. I could only hear static from the other end. I was truly alone in this mall of ghosts. The various shop fronts were stocked again. The windows were pristine and undamaged. I could see the out-of-focus people lazily walking back and forth between the aisles, like it was just another day for them. Some of them occupied the colorful seating of the food court and gestured to each other like they were having casual conversations. But the only sounds I could hear from them were indistinct mumblings and murmurs of echoes of human voices. Sometimes I missed those days. I missed feeling safe. I missed coming back home to her smiling face. I missed the simple monotony of a 9 to 5. Hell, I even missed those annoying-ass jingles they play for ads on daytime TV. I missed it all. I began to wonder if this is where I would spend the rest of my days, wandering in this endless mall, unseen, unnoticed, bound to this mockery of normal life. I traipsed forward, not sure where to go at this point besides the exit I came from. I passed the now pristine payphones. One of them began to ring suddenly. I immediately stopped where I was. I sighed softly and slowly walked towards the still ringing phone. That's when I felt a warm hand grasping my shoulder. I turned sharply, bringing my shotgun to bear. Staring back at me was a young woman in her mid-20s. Her face was different from the others. Her face was in focus. She had delicate features, jet black hair with long bangs. She had unnaturally pale eyes. "You shouldn't answer that," she said in a soft yet firm tone. I ripped free from her grip and backed away from her, still aiming my shotgun at her. "Why not?" I asked in a flat tone. "You don't want to know what it will tell you." I lowered my shotgun slightly. "It?" I asked, not liking where this was going. "The reanimator?" I was silent for a moment, debating on what I should even do at this point. "Who are you?" I asked warily. She crossed her arms and tilted her head slightly as she regarded me. "You wouldn't believe me if I told you." I opened my mouth to ask her another question, but she cut me off. "No more questions, Jack Crow. You need to leave this place." "How?" I asked with hesitation. Unnerved, she knew my name. I know she probably wouldn't tell me how she knew. Same way you came in. You don't have much time. It's coming. You want to see Elena again, don't you? My eyes widened as I was stunned into silence. I finally mustered up some words to respond to her. Yes? Then go, she said with a wave of her hand. The last thing I saw her do was wink at me before she turned and walked a few steps away from me, and her form faded entirely from my vision. Then I heard that horrifying yet familiar humming. It was close. I knew I couldn't hide from it. Fighting it was a losing battle. All I could do was run and pray for my survival. That's exactly what I did at that moment. I ran like I never ran before in my entire life. The humming was getting closer, even as I increased my speed. I finally saw my way out, the doors I took to get inside the mall, now a pristine set of sliding glass doors. Outside I could see a familiar sight. Snow-covered streets, the wreckages of cars, the frozen corpses. I slammed the doors open as I barreled myself outside, using the last vestiges of my energy and will to live. I panted as I continued sprinting into the knee-deep snow, not caring about the gear getting covered in snow. My radio began to squawk at me as I heard Agent Riley's worried voice over comms. Scepter, come in. I'm here. I could hear Agent Riley sigh in relief from the other end. Thank fuck. Your feed cut and I couldn't reach you. I took a deep breath in and out. I'm okay. I'm sorry, I said in between breaths. No shut up, just get back safe. I turned, looked back at the mall once again. It was in disrepair, ruined, worn down. The neon sign above the doorway that read Northland Center Mall began to flicker. I cursed under my breath and raised my shotgun to my shoulder. I saw its body coil itself by the doorway. Its infinite eyes stared back at me as I backed away from the mall. It observed me for a second before it suddenly recessed its measureless form back within the confines of the mall. I don't know why it didn't come after me. Agent Riley made one last transmission for a while. Okay, the money will be in a dead drop. Pickup is 10 minutes away. Agent Riley out. I sighed and turned away from that awful place and walked down the treacherous road to await pickup. I always tried to avoid that place when taking contracts. I wish I could say I never did collector work again, but I was in no place to quit. I went back to that church, smoked a couple cigs, stared into the embers of Father McBride's fire, and went out to do it all over again. The next day, but I never went back to Zone 5, Oakland County. The horrifying truth inside the church that runs on gears. On the 15th of March, 1939, the armies of Nazi Germany, led by the Wehrmacht, invaded the remainder of Czechoslovakia less than an hour before midnight. 3 hours later, I watched my town, the only world that I knew, burn. The invasion of my home country didn't last long. The attack was well coordinated, and the Czech forces were barely able to mount a defense. It was long enough, though. Long enough for a mother and her son to lose everything. I was 6 years old when my mother woke me and pulled me from my bed in the darkness. She quickly dressed me and wrapped a blanket around my shoulders. Too busy to answer the questions that started to flow out of me, she snapped at me to remain quiet as she tossed food and supplies into a bag. My mouth immediately closed, and I watched her wide-eyed as she worked. My mother was a kind and patient woman. She had never yelled at me before. Not like that. It scared me. When she was finished packing, she put her arm around me and we hurried outside. People, our friends and neighbors, were fleeing in every direction. Soldiers wearing Feldgrau uniforms were marching through the streets. Behind them, visible even through the heavy smoke, were the silhouettes of the huge panzer tanks. To my inexperienced eyes, they seemed to be demons emerging from hell. Thinking back, I believe that my mother's plan was to go to her sister's house less than 20 miles down the road. Whatever her intentions, the invasion forced us off the roads and into the woods outside of town. The moonless night made it incredibly dark under the trees, and the chaos of the situation made things even more disorienting. By the time the sun came up, we were completely lost. When we had entered the forest, there had been other people plunging into the trees with us. During the mad dash to escape from the invading forces in the darkness, though, we had become separated from the others. We were alone, without any other real choice. We continued on. I remember looking at the tears in my mother's clothes as we walked. She had led the way during the night, making sure to keep herself in front of me so that she could guide me around obstacles and keep me as safe as possible. This meant that she had taken the brunt of every sharp branch and gnarled root. Each bleeding scratch and blackened bruise was a pain that she had kept me from suffering. We walked throughout the day, exhausted and our bodies aching from exertion. We stopped infrequently to rest for a few minutes and to eat dried meat from the supplies my mother had taken from the house. The more that we continued on, the more isolated I felt. Everything around us grew quieter as we walked. The early chirping of the birds fell silent. The wind blowing through the trees died down until coming to a stop entirely. The only sounds were our footsteps on the leaves and natural debris covering the forest floor. Every so often, my mother's grip on my hand would grow just a bit tighter. I think that I understood even then that it was because things felt so wrong. The forests of Bohemia were normally filled with the noises of life and the natural world. This silence was unsettling. Perhaps it could be explained by the invasion scaring away the animals. This far into the woods, however? Perhaps not. Eventually, the sun began to set. I dreaded the thought of spending another night in the all-encompassing darkness of the forest. I could tell by the way her jaw was set that my mother's thoughts were the same as mine. She still spoke only words of encouragement, though, even if the thoughts she conveyed weren't reflected in her eyes. As the sky was filled with the reds and oranges of the last light of day, the forest suddenly ended. We found ourselves standing near a large lake. The water was still and deep, but I barely noticed it. My attention was on the large church near its shores. I had never left our small town before. This building was the largest that I had ever seen before. It was also the strangest. I immediately recognized the tall steeple as the same, albeit larger, as the one that adorned the church in my town. In the center of the structure, though, a huge clock tower rose up towards the sky. The round face was illuminated with a sickly yellowish light shining from within. The enormous iron hands made me nervous in a way that I couldn't explain. That discomfort was completely overshadowed by the sense of relief. Here was a sanctuary in the wilderness at the time we needed one most. The odds of stumbling upon this were so low that they might as well not have existed at all. It was as if God himself guided us there. The last rays of sunlight disappeared as we hurried to the church. As we drew closer, I saw that the structure was even larger than I had originally thought. It loomed over us as we walked up the stone steps to the tall wooden doors. My mother raised her hand before hesitating. She stared at the doors for a long moment before looking back over her shoulder at the forest we had passed through. Nodding once to herself, she curled her hand into a fist and knocked. The knock sounded much louder than it really was in my ears as it echoed off the stone arch. Eventually it faded, and we were once again surrounded by silence. That silence was broken by the shriek of metal on metal. It only lasted for a moment, and it was quickly followed by a thump as the left door slowly opened inward. Light poured out from the gap, framing an elderly nun that looked at us with an expression that quickly changed from suspicious to sympathetic. My mother quickly explained what had brought us there. The nun listened closely to every word, nodding at times and sadly shaking her head at others. When my mother finished, the older woman gave us a smile and beckoned us inside, telling us that we were welcome and that we were now safe. A small entryway led into the church nave. Rows of pews lined both sides, and a long red carpet ran up the center, through the crossing, and up to the 3 steps leading to the pulpit and sanctuary. Instead of an altar on the raised platform, however, there was an ornate throne with velvet padding the same color as the carpet. A loud click drew my attention. I looked up at the ceiling high above me and saw giant gears moving and rotating in the rafters. They were everywhere. I stared at them in both awe and incomprehension. The nun, who I would later learn was named Sister Maria, must have noticed me. She knelt down and placed a hand on my shoulder. Speaking gently, she told me that they had been installed decades earlier by a grateful genius architect that had been saved by the church. The gears I was looking at controlled the clock in the tower, along with other things throughout the structure. She made it sound whimsical, almost magical. Sister Maria led us deeper into the church, away from the nave, and toward a doorway on one wall. She told us that we would work out a more permanent arrangement in the morning, but for this first night we could rest in one of the unused nun cells. Her voice was calm, soothing. She pushed the heavy door open, revealing a stone corridor. More gears, smaller and more clustered than the ones in the nave, moved overhead. A quiet hum was coming from the walls, and I wondered if more machinery was present behind or perhaps inside of them. I squeezed my mother's hand. She reassured me that everything was fine in hushed tones. She kept her voice steady, but I saw the uncertainty on her face. She wasn't afraid. It was more that she didn't understand exactly what was happening in this odd church. We walked deeper into the corridor. The walls were lined with smooth, cold stone, and a number of closed doors were on each side of the passage. My thoughts were constantly on the gears. Their metallic groans and clicks filled the air, creating an unsettling symphony of metal. Sister Maria seemed to pay it no heed. She walked with the air of someone completely comfortable with her surroundings. I forced myself to be brave. Just because all of this was unfamiliar to me didn't mean that it was something to be scared of. This was my first time out in the greater world beyond my town. There were bound to be many things that I didn't understand. Eventually, the corridor opened into a courtyard. All four sides of the roofless area were surrounded by walls. At the center was a large fountain with 3 tiers. It was illuminated by 4 lampposts, one at each corner. Although it was mostly hidden by the noise of the water pouring down into the pools, I could just make out the sound of machinery coming from it. We crossed to the far side and went back into the building. Sister Maria beckoned us to follow as she went down a side passage before coming to a stop in front of what appeared at first glance to be a blank section of wall. Sister Maria reached out and pressed on a dark gray brick. To my surprise, it sank into the wall, and a series of clicks and whirs filled the air. Slowly, the section of wall began to rise up. Moments later, it had risen far enough to reveal a room inside. Sister Maria reached inside and turned a knob on the wall. The bulb inside of a sconce turned on and illuminated the room. There wasn't much inside, just a small bed, a table and chair, and a cabinet. A single window, its shutters closed, was on the wall above the bed. The cells the nuns called home were simple by design. The nun motioned for us to go inside with a smile. She spoke briefly with my mother, in a voice barely above a whisper, and my mother nodded. The nun disappeared, back down the passageway. She returned a short time later with a basket containing a filled pitcher, 2 cups, a basin of water, and soap. She set them down on the table and turned around just in time for a second nun to come into the room carrying half a loaf of bread and 2 bowls of stew. My mother thanked both of them profusely, barely able to keep the tears in her eyes from falling. As the other nun left with a smile, Sister Maria placed her hand on my mother's elbow and led her back over to the doorway. Her voice was hushed, but it was just barely loud enough for me to make out what she was saying. When she closed the door, it would remain shut until dawn. At that time, it, along with all the doors to the other cells, would open once again. Everything was on a timer and was automated by the mechanical systems that had been built into the church. My mother questioned this, of course. She was careful to remain respectful, but it was only natural that she would be suspicious of this strange system. Sister Maria assured her that everything would be fine. These automations had been built to make things easier on those that resided there. It made the members of the church that lived there more efficient and productive. She said that she would explain more to us in the morning. Now, though, it was getting late, and she had other duties she had to attend to before she adjourned to her own cell. My mother thanked her again, and Sister Maria returned to the hallway. I heard her push the brick once more. The door slowly slid back down and locked into place. We were alone. We cleaned ourselves, ate the warm meal that had been provided, and went to sleep. Despite the strangeness of the church, it was the first time that I felt safe since we fled our home. I was awoken by a gentle chiming sound. It seemed to be coming from the ceiling, but as I wiped the sleep from my eyes, I couldn't spot the source. It sounded 5 times before stopping. As the final chime faded, the cell door began to rise. At the same time, the shutters blocking the windows retracted. It was still dark outside, but I was just able to make out the first signs of day in the sky. A nun carrying a tray with bread and cheese came into our room. She placed it on the table and collected our empty dishes from the previous night. She smiled as my mother thanked her and informed us that morning services would soon begin, and that while we weren't required to attend it would be appreciated. My mother was a deeply religious woman. While she was not Catholic, she believed that our surviving the invaders and finding this place were gifts given to us by God. She had brought a change of clothes for me in her bag, and as I ate, she got me dressed and fixed my tangled hair as best as she could. We started towards the part of the church that we had originally come in, but we encountered a group of nuns that were going in a different direction. One of them was kind enough to inform us that the morning services were held in a smaller chapel on the other side of the building. They led us through a number of twists and turns until we eventually arrived at our destination. The sisters called it the West Chapel. It was much simpler than the main house of worship, consisting of little more than a dozen short pews and a large wooden crucifix. We took a seat in one of the back pews. I was surprised to find that there were other people present. They were villagers like my mother and me, although I was certain they weren't from the same town that we were. The ringing of a bell filled the chapel. There wasn't any bell there that I could see though, and it didn't seem to be coming from outside. Along the walls, tall sections of rock slid out of the way, revealing intricate stained glass windows that had been hidden behind them. The now familiar mechanical noises began. The crucifix rose up from the altar and into the air. Those of us that were outsiders stared at this in shock, like we were watching a real miracle unfolding before us. Sister Maria stood up from one of the front pews and turned to face the assembly. I thought that she was going to start the service, but instead she began by acknowledging those of us that had sought refuge in the church. She said that despite the terrible circumstances that had brought us there, she and the other members of the church were glad to have us among them. She realized that their church must seem strange and perhaps even intimidating, so she would share the story of the place in hopes of easing our fears. Around the turn of the century, an architect named Emil Kolarek had been traveling through the area on his way to Prague when he was accosted by bandits. He was brutally beaten before being left for dead by his assailants. Because of the remote nature of this part of the country, he laid in the middle of the road for over a day before a priest happened upon him. The priest managed to get Kolarek into his wagon and back to his church. This church, it took months, but Kolarek eventually recovered thanks to the hard work and dedication of those that called the church home. He was a man of science, and he knew that he should have died from his severe wounds. To him, the only answer was that God had spared him. During his recovery, he had nothing but time on his hands. He used this time to create a series of sketches of devices he could design and build to help the lives of those that had saved him. Kolarek created plans for completely converting the entire church into an automated machine that was controlled by switches and timers. He presented these designs to the head of the church, Father Joseph Merrick. Merrick immediately saw the advantages that the plan presented. Tasks that took large amounts of time and manpower could be done with the flick of a switch. The nuns and priests could be kept to strict schedules with timers to be more efficient. A system like that would allow them to focus on prayer and their pursuit of understanding God rather than the distractions that plagued their days. Countless possibilities came to Father Merrick's mind, and he eagerly accepted Kolarik's designs and offered to make those designs a reality. That was where Sister Maria's story ended. With a nod of finality, she placed her hands together and called for the first prayer of the service. It wasn't until the service had concluded that she returned to our unique situation. Instead of continuing to address the machinery built into the church, she talked about the plight their visitors were enduring. She knew that we wanted to get back to our homes as soon as possible, but that we couldn't until it was safe to do so. They had come up with a solution for that problem. Each week, one of the priests went into the closest town to purchase supplies. This gave that priest the opportunity to learn the news of what was happening in the surrounding country from radio broadcasts or German newspapers. He would act as our eyes and ears, and he would let us know when the invasion was over and we could return home. Sister Maria made it clear that we were all welcome to stay as long as needed. She did request two things as conditions of staying, however: that we attend daily services and that we help with the chores around the church. They were two very small requests, and we all agreed to them eagerly. It turned out that helping with chores wasn't just limited to the adults. Besides myself, there were two other children, and we were assigned to assist a nun named Sister Elena. She was a pleasant woman with a wide smile. I took to her at once. Our assigned duty was to assist with the maintenance of the mechanical systems throughout the church, specifically with keeping them oiled so that they continued to work smoothly. Sister Elena led us down into the storage rooms below the cells of the priests, located on the opposite end of the church from the nuns' cells. The stairs and passageway were narrow, and even with the glow coming from the electrical lights strung up on the ceiling, it was difficult to see where we were going. She didn't turn down any of the many side passages, instead opting to continue straight ahead. Eventually, the passage came to a dead end with a wooden door. Sister Elena pressed a button on the wall. There was a click as the door's lock disengaged, followed by a hiss of air as it swung inward. It was cold inside the room, and I shivered as she crossed over to a large crate and took off the lid. Reaching in, she removed 3 black buckets with lids and handed one of them to each of us. Sister Elena told us that these buckets contained a special oil for the machinery that ran throughout the church and the surrounding grounds. While the priest took care of most of the maintenance, there were some places that they struggled to get to due to how narrow those spaces were. We 3 children were going to assist with oiling those mechanisms. She took us down a passageway to a small door in one of the walls. The door only came up to my waist. When she opened it, it revealed a tight crawl space. Large exposed gears could be seen at regular intervals, sticking out of the sides and ceiling as they slowly rotated. Sister Elena asked for a volunteer. My 2 companions looked terrified and wouldn't meet her gaze. I don't know why I told the nun that I would be the first to perform this task. It wasn't due to some inner bravery. I was just as scared as the other children. The only reason that I can think of is that my mother had taught me to always be helpful whenever possible. That sense of duty must have overcome the fear. Reaching into the pocket on her apron, Sister Elena produced a small pry bar and handed it to me. She showed me how to get the end underneath the lid of the buckets before having me open one of them. The liquid inside was a dark red, almost black substance. She then gave me a small oil can and showed me how to use it to apply the liquid. Within minutes, I was moving through the crawl space on my hands and knees while pushing the bucket in front of me. To keep myself calm, I repeated the directions that Sister Elena had given me. Go to one of the gears, fill the oil can from the bucket, locate the spot where the shaft meets the gear, and apply a generous amount of the oil on both sides. The instructions were easy enough. As the gears creaked and moaned and the floor shook from the strain of the machinery, though I felt like I had the most difficult task in the world. It took some time, but I managed to complete my assigned task without incident. I turned around in the tight corridor and headed back towards the open door. I was about halfway down when one of the gears caught the back of my shirt. For a brief moment, I felt an odd tug and my body seemed to lift slightly off the floor. With a loud, ripping noise, my shirt tore and the sensation was gone. I pressed my body against the floor for the rest of the crawl back. I knew that I was lucky to have escaped with just a torn shirt. That's how the next 2 months went. We would wake up early each morning to attend service, eat a small breakfast, and get to work. While I continued to assist with oiling the mechanisms, my mother helped with washing clothing and linens. We would see each other again at lunch before going back to our tasks until dinner, and, finally, evening service. In the first week of June, there was an accident. One of the other children, Clara, was oiling a particularly difficult-to-reach set of gears when she slipped. Her hand went into the mechanism and was crushed by the gears before being torn off completely. Her screams echoed through the church. Sister Elena quickly crawled in and retrieved her, trying to comfort the girl the entire time. Thankfully, I wasn't there to see that happen. Myself and the other child in our group, Victor, were performing our duties in a different part of the church. I could hear Clara's screams as they echoed through the machinery, though, and that sound is burned into my memories. I could hear something else as well. At first, I thought it was just the turning of the gears. They could create strange noises due to the way they echoed through the crawl spaces. This was something else, though. It was a deep male voice. I could just barely distinguish it from the machinery, but I couldn't make out the words themselves. After a few moments, the voice fell silent. I didn't tell Sister Elena or my mother about the voice. I couldn't be sure that I'd actually heard what I thought I did, and even if I had, it was likely just the sound of one of the priests praying. It didn't seem important, especially in light of Clara's horrific maiming. The days turned from spring into summer. The priest that left the church grounds to purchase supplies from town brought back reports from the war. Each of these reports were worse than the last. It continued not to be safe to return to our homes. I continued to apply fresh oil to the gears on a rotation. Each set was oiled at least once a week by myself or Victor. Clara, for obvious reasons, was no longer asked to be a part of this maintenance. Instead, she helped my mother with the laundry. When I finished with my daily tasks, I would go to the large underground room that was used for washing the linens to spend time with my mother. Because of this, I was present on the freezing Christmas Eve that Clara confided in my mother about the day she had lost her hand. As Clara told it, she had been careful when applying oil to the gears. She was terrified of them, and because of this, she was cautious to keep as far from them as possible when using the oil can. She had just finished when she heard a voice echoing through the machines. She described it as a man's voice in a cadence that sounded like prayer. I immediately sat up in the chair I was seated in. She was describing the voice that I had heard. As if suddenly coming to life, the gears had sprung forward and clamped down on her hand. The machinery had crunched through bone and torn through flesh without slowing down. Clara has instinctively pulled back, and her ruined hand had torn free from the wrist with no more difficulty than paper being torn. Later that night, my mother and I spoke about Clara's story as we prepared for bed. She told me that she felt bad for the girl, as she had clearly been so frightened by the ordeal that her mind had played tricks on her. I nodded and agreed with my mother, but I wasn't so sure. I had seen and heard many things during my time keeping the machines oiled. I had dismissed these events as simple figments of my imagination. Clara's story called that into question. The next day, early on Christmas morning, Victor was found dead on a narrow catwalk above the church sanctuary. He had been oiling the gears along the ceiling. His body was mangled, almost beyond recognition. Sister Alina called it a terrible accident, but gave no further details beyond that. To my surprise, the Christmas morning service still went on as scheduled. I couldn't help but constantly look up at the catwalk high above the pew I was seated in. The sermon was given by Father Radek Svoboda. He spoke of Victor, about the sadness that came with losing one so young and full of promise. However, he went on to say that we must not look at his death as a tragedy, but as a joyous event. The Lord had called Victor home to be with him in heaven. That was a cause for celebration. Most of the people present smiled and nodded along as Father Radek Svoboda gave his sermon. My mother and I were both uncomfortable with his words. A child had died. No amount of flowery words or promises of rewards in the afterlife changed that. Immediately after the service, my mother went to Sister Maria and informed the nun that I would no longer be assisting with oiling the machinery. Between Clara's injury and Victor's death, she believed it was far too dangerous and feared that I would lose my life while performing the task as well. Sister Maria listened to her with an odd expression on her face, but ultimately, she agreed to find another chore for me to perform. That afternoon, Sister Maria told my mother that she had found such a chore. A few of the old chambers underneath the church were being cleared out to create a larger cellar, and someone was needed to clean those chambers after everything was removed. One of them was ready to be cleaned now. She assured my mother that it would only take an hour or two, and that I'd be back in plenty of time for dinner and the evening service. Sister Maria personally escorted me down into the lower levels of the church. I noticed that she didn't have any cleaning supplies with her, and I said as much. She told me that the supplies were already at my destination. While she kept her voice light, I didn't feel any of the kindness that had been there the day that my mother and I had arrived at the church. The stone stairs seemed to go on forever. My feet were starting to feel sore by the time we reached the bottom level. The air was cold down here, nearly as cold as the winter outside of the church walls. I shivered as I followed her down a hallway, lit by flickering strands of light bulbs. We reached a thick wooden door with bands of metal adorning it. Sister Maria pulled a small lever. I heard the distinct sound of gears grinding before the door slowly swung open. She motioned for me to go inside the room beyond the doorway. She informed me that she would be back to collect me once I had finished my assigned task. I walked into the room. Almost before I was inside, the door closed with a loud bang. It was immediately obvious that I wasn't where I was told that I would be. Instead of an empty room, I found myself standing in a vast chamber. Thick purple carpet lined the floor, and a row of 6 pews ran down the center. Old tapestries depicting scenes from the Bible hung from the rafters. There were no windows. Instead, the walls were completely covered by large gears that moved and grinded against one another. At the far end of the chamber, upon a raised platform, was a throne. It was constructed of finely polished metal, and the seat and back were cushioned with soft material, the same color as the carpet. Seated on the throne was a man. His skin was a sickly gray, and it pulled tight against his bones. Thin wisps of white hair were all that remained of what had once been a beard. His eyes were sunken in black. He was adorned in fine robes and had a silver crown on his head. As I watched, faint pinpricks of red light appeared in his hollow eye sockets. They turned towards me as the corpse-like man slowly stood up. I remained frozen in place. He took one step away from the throne. I was now able to see the thick black cables that connected his back to the chair. The man's mouth opened with the sound of bones snapping, and he spoke in a voice of gravel and dust. "Greetings, young Lucas," the man said. "I am Father Joseph Merrick." It took me a moment to place the name. Sister Maria had told us that he was the person that had commissioned the clockwork-like changes to the church. That didn't make any sense, though. She had said that was nearly 40 years earlier. Do not be afraid, child, Father Joseph continued. I know that my appearance may be frightening to you, but what you must understand is that this body is not as it appears. It is, in fact, the physical trappings of the divine. I tried to tell him that I didn't understand. I couldn't find my voice. All that I could do was stand still and stare, as he very slowly came towards me. Did Sister Maria tell you the story of Emil Choleric, the visitor that came to us so many years ago? Ah, good. I can see from your face that you know the tale. Emil was a great friend, and he opened my eyes to so many things that they were previously closed to. I'm ashamed to say that before I met him, I believed science to be somehow unclean, a testament to man's soul-staining pride. He stepped down off of the platform and onto the carpeted lower level of the chamber. I was wrong. When the Lord sent Emil to me, he did so to share with me a vision of his message to the modern world. Science was given to us so that we could gaze more perfectly at his creation. Father Joseph moved past the first pew, the cables connected to his back, dragging across the carpet. Emil showed me that science is more than that, though. It is also the means through which we can transcend our limitations and come to the divine. Genesis 1:27. So God created man in his own image. In the image of God he created him. Male and female, he created them. Do you see? Look upon me and understand. He stepped beyond the second pew. God created us in his image. We know that the Lord is perfect, and yet mankind is flawed. I long struggled with that contradiction. A grotesque grin spread across his gaunt face. I struggle with it no longer, for I have come to know a great truth. Mankind is not perfect because we are meant to strive towards perfection. We are not meant to just follow his example. We are meant to push ourselves beyond our limitations and transcend to the full potential that the Lord gave us upon our creation. We are meant to become equal to him. Father Joseph continued to approach me. He was close enough now that I could hear the popping of his joints and the hum coming from the cables. What is the greatest achievement that the Son of our Lord accomplished while he was here on earth? He rose from the dead. On the third day he came out of the tomb and was as God himself. This wonderful science has allowed me to do the same. I am immortal, Lucas. I am as God himself. I was already afraid, but this pronouncement absolutely terrified me. I am connected to all the machinery throughout the church. It gives me the strength to continue to live. All that is needed is the right oil to keep it running. Look again to the Bible. Isaac was willing to sacrifice his son for God. He was willing to spill the child's blood for God's plan. It is man's blood, Lucas, that keeps the great work going. I thought back to the buckets of reddish-black liquid that I used to oil the gears. I felt my stomach churn. It had been human blood. Sister Maria tells me that you refuse to assist in the great work, Lucas. No matter. The longer that the machine runs, the more that it requires. It grows hungry. I grow hungry. If you will not help me, I will take what I need from you just as I took from the other girl, and boy, give yourself to God, Lucas. The door behind me opened. I turned to find my mother standing over the unconscious body of Sister Maria in the hallway. She took one look at the monster coming towards me and hurried forward, grabbing hold of my hand to pull me out of the chamber. We ran through the hall and up the stone stairs. The lights flashed all around us, and whenever we passed a set of gears, they bent and contorted to reach out towards us. We ignored them and kept going. We finally reached the top of the stairs and emerged into the church itself. The machinery was going crazy here, breaking free of its restraints as it tried to stop us. The people gathered for the evening service screamed and cowered in fear at the hell that had been unleashed all around them. The gears around the front door spun rapidly as we approached. My mother, always keeping her wits in the worst of circumstances, pulled me off to one side and snatched up a wooden chair that was leaning against the wall. With all of her strength, she swung it into one of the tall stained glass windows. The window shattered into thousands of brightly colored shards that fell to the ground with a great crash. I remember the look on my mother's face as she shielded me from the sharp glass. It was one of determination. She was not going to allow this place to claim her son. In that moment, I felt more love for her than I ever had. She helped me through the window and into the snow outside. As she started to follow me, one of the largest gears in the sanctuary came hurtling towards her. She barely managed to dive through the opening before it smashed into the wall. The entire wall bulged from the impact, but it held. We ran for hours, never looking back as we did so. I believed that if I did, I would see Father Joseph pursuing us. and I think that she had the same thought. It was freezing cold on Christmas night. The odds of our survival were slim, but it was certainly better odds than if we returned to the church. We were due a miracle, and we found it when we reached a road. That road led us into a small town. I learned later that it was the same town that the priests used to trade for supplies. It was also a town where dozens of people had been reported missing over the years. Oil for the great work. We told our story to the town constable. He listened to us intently, even silently nodding to himself several times. When we finished, he advised us to tell no one else what we had gone through. He made it clear that it wasn't because he didn't believe us. It was because he did, and the church had eyes and ears everywhere, perhaps even ties to the SS or Gestapo, who had investigated disappearances but buried the reports under the occupation. We left the small town the next morning and made our way back to our home. It turned out that the church had been lying to us in more ways than one. We had been led to believe that the German invasion was ongoing. It had actually ended in less than a week. When I was in my 20s, I gathered the courage to go back to the church. We hadn't been the only ones affected by those insane enough to seek to become God. I needed to know what happened to those people. The church was no longer there. I couldn't explain it. The only things that I found were small bits of scrap metal and a few tiny pieces of glass. It was as if it had never been there at all. I buried my mother yesterday. With my wife and children, I stood next to her casket as we put her to rest. I watched as the small gears turned as it lowered into the ground, and mourned the extraordinary woman that had finally found peace. I wonder if I will find peace before my own final day. I wonder if my dreams will ever be free of the Church of the Clockwork God. The cruel reality behind the legend of the Well-Wisher. It's captivating to believe in monsters and the horrors of the unknown, the things that go bump in the night. It's an escape from reality, from the actual terrors that lurk in the woods. Rumors designed to widen your eyes and make you glance over your shoulder. Honestly, I wish that's all this was. Another ghost story. But it isn't. This is the story of how my childhood died. How I lost the ability to sleep without checking over my shoulder or peering through the crack in my bedroom door. It was almost summer break, our final week before we entered high school. We hung out in Aaliyah's treehouse after school, our usual spot. The walls were plastered with bizarre, borderline satanic drawings. Calling them satanic out loud would earn you a swift gut punch. Old Ouija boards lay scattered around, candles glowing softly beside smoking incense sticks. I swung lazily in the hammock, focused on my Game Boy, trying to beat the next gym leader in Pokemon Gold. Static-filled alt-rock crackled from a worn-out radio while a gentle breeze blew through the open window. Aaliyah sat across from me, practicing tarot card readings on Tyler, who tried to look bored whenever I glanced over, but I could tell he kept stealing nervous peeks at the next card. Damn. Not a good pull, thank you. Aaliyah frowned, holding up a card displaying a cluster of swords. Pretending bravery, Tyler scoffed. Okay, what the hell does that mean? His voice wavered slightly. Aaliyah hesitated, thinking, the Ten of Swords. It means, she paused, recalling, an inevitable, painful ending. Ruin. A subtle grin formed at the corners of her mouth. Whatever, tarot dork. Tyler snorted, trying to mask his discomfort. Why don't you go contact your brother again or some ghost shit? Instantly, he regretted mentioning Aaliyah's brother. 2 years earlier, an 18-wheeler accident had claimed her brother's life. He had built this treehouse, now the only piece left of him. Aaliyah desperately sought closure by attempting contact with his spirit. Rumors spread about her efforts to speak to the dead, but we were the only ones who saw her set up firsthand. Shut up, Cyclops, or I'll curse your only good eye, Aaliyah snapped. Tyler had a lazy eye, earning him the nickname Crazy Tyler, and prompting cruel rumors about him dissecting small animals. None of it was true, of course. I was about to interject when frantic knocks rattled the trapdoor latch, instantly silencing us. Panic and worry filled everyone's eyes. Let me in, you fuckers, came Jackson's voice, hollow and breathless. You gotta do the knock, Jackson, or we won't let you in, I grinned. Tyler joined me at the hatch, smirking. Yeah, dude. What if you're a mimic or something, trying to trick us into letting you in so you can kill us all? He threw an arm around me, shaking me playfully. I laughed. Or maybe he's being held hostage and trying to warn us. Come on, guys. Let me in. I saw something. Something out by Bald Knob, I gotta tell you. Jackson's voice broke into pleading. That caught our attention. Our little group of misfits had bonded through shared drama, bullied for being outsiders in school and town. Horror stories, urban legends, and local mysteries brought us closer, united by our fascination with the unknown. "Let him in, guys," Aaliyah said softly. Sunlight filtered through the window, illuminating her skin, casting it a deep bronze gold. In that moment, I noticed how pretty she was. Tyler and I exchanged a quick glance and silently agreed, grabbing either side of the hatch. We swung it open, revealing Jackson's scar-covered face staring up at us. "About time," he muttered as we helped him climb the last step. Tyler locked the trapdoor, the snap startling Jackson. Jackson panted, nearly hyperventilating. His face, crisscrossed with scars he'd had forever but never explained, looked weathered and ancient. Sweat raced down his damaged skin. He appeared on the verge of collapse. "Jesus, man, take a breath," I said, blurting out multiple questions at once. "What did you see? What made you run back here?" "One at a time, Ethan," Aaliyah interrupted gently. She reached into a faded blue cooler, pulled out a soda, and handed it to Jackson. He cracked it open with a loud pop and gulped deeply. Aaliyah sat down beside me, completing our small circle. All eyes locked on Jackson. "Okay, just tell us what happened, step by step," Aaliyah coaxed gently. Jackson nodded, took one last gulp, then placed the soda down carefully, collecting his scattered thoughts. "I was reading in my usual spot out near Bald Knob, when suddenly this huge shadow blocked out the sun and soared overhead. When I looked up, I saw it was a vulture. No big deal, right? But then the next day, same spot, another vulture passed by, heading the same direction. At first, I thought it was deja vu or something, but I was curious, so I decided to see where they were going. With all the trees around, I couldn't get a good look, but I knew I wasn't far from Bald Knob." Jackson paused to take a breath. Even if this was just another ghost story meant to scare us, we were all captivated, leaning in and hanging on to every word. "I climbed up Bald Knob, and when I looked around, that's when I saw them." Jackson paused again, taking a long gulp of soda. I was convinced he was drawing this out, just to get us hooked. "What did you see?" I asked eagerly, disbelief still edging my voice, even as my curiosity took over. "Vultures. Just black dots circling in the distance to the northwest." We sat back, disappointment settling over us. Tyler shook his head, saying, "Just vultures? Things die out there all the time. Big deal." Jackson shook his head firmly. "Nah, that's the thing. That was 2 weeks ago, and they're still there. 20, maybe 30 vultures, same exact spot." Aaliyah raised an eyebrow cautiously. "Are you sure it's the same spot? You said it was far away. You might be mistaken." Jackson was ready for this. "I'm positive. Same spot, 2 weeks straight. Hell, I think they've been there even longer." I shrugged. "Maybe it's just a bunch of cows or something. It takes time to pick clean a carcass, right?" Again, Jackson shook his head. "Not with that many vultures. They should have cleared it out by now. 2 weeks worth? Something major is out there." He took a deep breath, finally calming himself. "No bullshit?" Aaliyah asked, her curiosity clearly piqued. "No bullshit. So you know what this means, right?" Jackson said, his voice low as the sunlight finally disappeared completely. Tyler nodded slowly, a hesitant belief dawning in his expression. "Yeah, I didn't believe it before, but this might be our best shot." Aaliyah started shuffling her tarot cards, fidgeting anxiously. "It can't be. I've only ever heard stories, just that. Stories." She refused to meet our eyes. Confusion flooded me. My family had moved down from the north almost 4 years ago, and I was still adjusting to the Texas hill country. The heat, the accents, the strange culture, and especially the local legends. All of it was still alien to me. I scratched my head like an idiot chimpanzee, utterly baffled. "What the hell are you guys talking about?" I asked, voice trailing off as they all turned their gazes on me simultaneously. These were my friends, practically family, but at that moment they looked terrifying. Jackson, with his scars illuminated by the low candlelight, resembled a zombie. Tyler's lazy eyes split his stare in 2 different directions, paired with an unsettlingly wide grin. Aaliyah shuffled her tarot cards nervously, looking every bit a witch about to cast a spell. All at once, they spoke, voices in eerie unison. "The well-wisher." "Who the hell is that?" I muttered, intrigued despite myself. Jackson turned to Tyler. "Bring the cooler over here." We're gonna need more sodas. Tyler dragged it over, handing out sodas. Each of us cracked open a can, sipping as Jackson leaned in close, crossing his legs and resting his hands on his knees. The well-wisher isn't a ghost or a demon, not even a man, though some people believe he once was. What everyone agrees on is this: you don't find the well finds you. Jackson paused for another drink, then continued. Some say the well moves beneath the limestone and roots, appearing only when death is near, or when someone's soul weighs heavy enough to draw it out. It could be an old stone ring in a lonely field, a crumbling pit behind a burned-out barn, or an old wooden well hidden at the creek's edge. One of the telltale signs is vultures circling for days until the air itself spoils. The vultures, that's your key. He paused again, letting his words sink in. They say the well-wisher waits at the bottom, listening for footsteps. If you lean over and peer down, you'll see just a silhouette of a man, even if the sun shines directly overhead. Two bright, white eyes are all you'll clearly see. He'll ask you just one question. Everyone says it's different. He might ask for your darkest secret, a wrong you've committed, a broken promise, or even a cherished object. Nobody knows why. All they know is, if you do exactly what he asks, he'll grant you a wish. But you have to be careful, because you'll get precisely what you wish for, exactly as you ask for it. If you refuse him, try to trick him, or break your promise, the well and the wisher vanish. Then the vultures start following you. Bad luck seeps in, animals grow restless around you, and eventually, you disappear. The well-wisher must be fed somehow, and no one ever finds the well twice. He sat back, and for a moment, only silence filled the night. Then I spoke up, breaking the tension. I mean, there's no way, right? I glanced around, gauging their reactions. Jackson shook his head slowly, seriousness etched across his scarred face. Look, all I'm saying is that story is super old, and those vultures have been out there past Bald Knob forever. We should check it out. Who knows, we might even get a wish granted. Tyler nodded, excitement sparking in his eyes. I could lose my lazy eye, Tyler blurted eagerly, and Jackson nodded approvingly, touching the scars on his face. Aaliyah looked down at her tarot cards, uncertainty shadowing her face. Wishes are dangerous, unreliable, she murmured, but the desire in her eyes betrayed her words. I considered what I might wish for if it were true. You guys really believe this? My question pierced their thoughts, momentarily breaking their silent contemplation. Jackson was the first to respond. Worst case scenario, we find whatever the vultures are circling, probably just some dead animals. Nothing dangerous. It'd be a great way to kick off the summer break together. His words lingered, sinking in, and I knew then we had all silently agreed. We devised our plan beneath the pale moonlight, spending longer in Aaliyah's treehouse than we planned. We'd tell our parents we were staying at Aaliyah's. Her folks rarely checked on us, uncomfortable with her rituals and attempts to contact her brother's spirit. On the last day of school, we'd ride our bikes out to the abandoned train tracks, follow them to the Piney Woods Trail, and climb Bald Knob. From there, we'd pinpoint the vulture's location. Jackson suggested bringing something valuable, an item we cherished, just in case the well-wisher appeared and asked for an offering. I had no idea what to bring, much less what wish I wanted fulfilled. Digging through old shoe boxes beneath my bed, I unearthed mementos from before the move. Ticket stubs, old movie passes, a photo of my grandpa holding me up to a snowbank. Then, I found my lucky coin. It was battered, something I'd had since childhood. It felt fitting. I slipped it into my backpack, imagining that even if the well-wisher wasn't real, this summer would still be unforgettable. The last day of school arrived quickly, classes easy and excitement bubbling. I had class with Tyler, while Jackson and Aaliyah were elsewhere, but we regrouped at lunch, sharing jittery anticipation. The final bell unleashed a wave of laughter and screams as teenagers bolted for freedom. Jackson waited for us at our usual spot by the bike rack. Tyler and I joined him shortly, and then we waited, and waited. Where is she? Tyler muttered impatiently, tapping his foot. 30 minutes passed in restless silence. Jackson adjusted his hat over his dark hair, glancing anxiously toward the school. Should we go back inside and check on her? He asked. Just then, a group of girls stormed out, their faces twisted in anger. 3 of them nursing bloody, broken noses. They paused upon seeing us. their hateful glares searing into ours before marching away. "That's not go." I started, cut off by Aaliyah finally emerging from the building. She was sniffling, clutching her arm protectively beneath a light jacket despite the scorching heat. Without acknowledging us, she mounted her bike. "Aaliyah?" I asked cautiously. Silence. "Aaliyah, are you?" "I'm fine. Let's go," she said curtly, eyes fixed straight ahead. "What did those girls?" "I said I'm fine. Let's just go. I want to do this. I need this summer with you guys. Fuck those girls." She pedaled away swiftly. We shared looks of quiet anger and helpless sadness before quickly following her toward the tracks. As we rode, I secretly hoped we'd encounter that group again, so I could run them down one by one. Bullying had tormented each of us, but Aaliyah faced it worse. Being one of the only black girls in the Texas Hill Country during that time made life unbearable. Anger surged within me, and my wish began to crystallize clearly. None of us knew how to comfort Aaliyah. We just rode on quietly. Those girls, daughters of the town's wealthiest residents, seemed untouchable. The injustice lingered in the back of my mind, but I pushed it aside, focusing instead on the adventure unfolding before us. The landscape shifted from familiar streets to rugged terrain. At the base of a hill sat the old Harper homestead, sagging into itself like a dying animal. The wood groaned with each gust of wind. The loose window panels swung on rusted hinges, shrieking with every sway. The first time I saw it, I asked my friends about it. Jackson told me later, after we stopped, that a woman once lived there with her son. Nearly 30 years ago, the boy vanished. Some said wild animals got him, others said he drowned or ran off. Whatever the truth, Miss Harper left soon after, and no one ever moved in again. The house was left to rot. We found the old train tracks nearby, the path rocky and uneven beneath our tires. Still, excitement carried us forward. We pedaled steadily, the air sharp in our lungs, the sky wide and bright overhead. At last, we reached the Piney Woods Trail and laid our bikes to rest. I glanced over at Aaliyah and saw her smiling faintly. It lifted our spirits immediately. For that moment, everything seemed possible, our fears and troubles fading into the background. We stood on the cusp of summer, unaware of what awaited us beneath those circling vultures. We reached the beginning of the Piney Woods Trail, too rocky for bikes from this point forward. Trees twisted overhead like a gnarled canopy, obscuring our path and making it feel like the forest had opened its mouth to swallow us whole. "Everyone got everything?" Aaliyah asked, scanning each of us. We all nodded in response. "Did you guys bring something valuable, something you cherish, just in case we meet him?" Jackson added seriously. Again, we nodded. Each of us carried canisters of water, sleeping bags, food for at least one night, and Jackson had 2 tents hidden near his reading spot we'd retrieve along the way. "Ready?" Tyler asked with excitement. Just as we prepared to step forward, Aaliyah halted us. "Wait," she said, rummaging through her backpack. She produced 3 necklaces, each with a thin chain and a charm shaped like a strange eye. "Protective charms to ward off evil spirits out here," she explained, answering our silent questions. I accepted mine gratefully, even though I wasn't sure I believed in such things. Jackson's expression remained unreadable as he slipped his on. Tyler opened his mouth to protest, but I shot him a sharp look, reminding him of what Aaliyah had endured earlier. He closed his mouth and looked down, ashamed, fastening the necklace around his neck without another word. Jackson, without further comment, nodded and began down the trail. One by one we followed. I brought up the rear, glancing back once to see the train tracks slowly disappearing under encroaching foliage. The sight felt ominous, as if the forest watched our every move. Even though we'd walked this trail many times before, this moment felt different, as though we were leaving behind our familiar world forever. Years later, I'd realized how true that feeling was. The heat bore down relentlessly, sweat dripping down my back. The forest's usual symphony of bugs and distant animal noises kept us alert. Jackson sometimes tried to scare us, occasionally succeeding, as we stayed wary of snakes and scorpions. Jackson eventually stopped us near his reading spot, dragging out 2 concealed tents from the undergrowth. "Could one of you fuckers give me a hand?" he asked. Tyler grabbed one, slinging it over his shoulder, and we continued on our way. We walked beneath the open sky. vivid blue contrasting sharply with the lush green trees swaying gently. Eventually, the piney woods trail spat us out into rolling hills without clear paths, marked only by limestone protrusions and scattered shrubs. The sun began to set, casting everything in orange and gold hues. "Come on, we can watch the sunset from Bald Knob," Jackson urged. Many hills shared that nickname, but this one earned it genuinely, bare and rocky, without a single tree or bush. We dropped the tents at the base and scrambled upward, hands digging into the sand and dirt. Dust billowed around us as we laughed, racing to the top. Finally, we stood atop Bald Knob, gazing across endless hills stretching like a frozen green ocean. The sun sank slowly, capturing our attention completely. Suddenly, tiny black dots circling in the distance caught my eye. I nudged Aaliyah, pointing them out. Soon, Tyler and Jackson joined in, and all four of us stood entranced, watching the vultures circle endlessly. We dragged the tents to the summit, quickly assembling them. Nearby, we gathered wood and lit a fire with Aaliyah's lighter. The flames flickered brightly as the sun dipped closer to the horizon. "Oh," Tyler suddenly exclaimed, feigning surprise. "Almost forgot." He walked casually to his backpack, drawing our curious eyes. He pulled out beer bottles one by one, grinning as our faces lit up. When he revealed the last one, I nearly burst out laughing. "You ladies ever drank before?" he asked, trying to sound cool as he distributed the beers. Alia simply stared, uncertain how to respond. "How the hell did you get those?" I asked, examining my bottle like an alien artifact. "Older sister smuggled them for me," Tyler said proudly. "Gotta do her chores for a month, but it's totally worth it. Times like these don't happen often. We'd never tried alcohol before." Aaliyah asked if Tyler had a bottle opener. He hesitated, muttered, "Shit," and we used pocket knives to pry the caps off. The bottles clinked together in a nervous toast. The beer was awful, warm and bitter, nothing like we imagined adults enjoyed. The sun slipped lower, staining the horizon in pink and purple. It was always our favorite spot to watch the sunset, but tonight felt different. We sat in silence, the fire crackling between us, as the last light drained away like blood from an open wound. A sudden gust carried the stench of rot. No one spoke. Later, under the stars, we told ghost stories until our voices thinned into silence. My thoughts wandered. Would we really find a well where it didn't belong, with white eyes staring up from the dark? Or was it just another story meant to scare us? Eventually, Jackson and Tyler retreated to one tent, leaving Aaliyah and me in the other. Inside, shadows quivered against the fabric as the wind pressed on the walls. Aaliyah lay on her back, clutching her arm. "How bad does it hurt?" I asked, guilt burning for not stepping in sooner. She shrugged lightly. "It's fine." I offered a faint smile. "Well, you sure gave Abigail and Alexandria a good beating," I said, recalling the vivid image of the two girls clutching their bloodied noses. She smiled back and turned to face me, her dark eyes capturing mine. We held each other's gaze for what felt like forever. At that moment, a realization stirred within me, a recognition of feelings I'd never fully understood before. Aaliyah was the first girl I'd ever liked more than just as a friend. "Do you really believe in this story? Do you think any of it could be true?" I asked softly. She rolled onto her back, thoughtfully. "Whether it's true or not, this experience is real. Being here with you guys, this moment, this memory, it's true. Even if there isn't a well or some well-wisher, isn't this what matters? Besides, every story has to start somewhere, right?" Her words resonated deeply with me. "That makes sense," I replied. "I guess I'm anxious because part of me wants it to be true. But really, being here with all of you is what matters. This moment is something I'll always remember. And I would, along with the nightmares that would haunt me for the rest of my life." "Aaliyah, can I ask what you plan to wish for?" I asked hesitantly. "There's nothing in the story about not sharing your wish beforehand, right?" She remained silent for a moment, and I immediately regretted asking, already knowing what her wish might be. Just as I began to retract my question, she spoke softly. "I want my parents to see me again," she began, her voice shaking slightly. "Ever since my brother died, it's like I became invisible to them, like I'm a ghost. They've lost their lives, too." I saw her fighting back tears, wiping quickly at her face. "What about you?" she asked suddenly, turning her eyes toward mine. "What are you going to wish for?" Before this night, I hadn't truly known. I hoped I'd find my answer out here, but looking at Aaliyah's bruised arm, I knew clearly. I want the bullying to stop, I confessed. I want the hatred, the racism, the anger directed at us all to end. I want us to enter high school fresh, free from the past. Aaliyah smiled softly, leaned over, and kissed my cheek. "Good night, Ethan," she whispered, rolling onto her back. My heart raced, leaving me stunned and breathless. On the edge of sleep, the smell returned, stronger now, the putrid scent of death lingering in the air. Then, finally, sleep claimed me. We saw the well in a daze. I lost track of my friends, their voices reduced to murmurs drifting through fog. My feet moved toward the well without my consent, like a puppet pulled by invisible strings. As I approached, the voices intensified until they abruptly ceased, plunging me into silence. The well loomed in the clearing, drawing me forward until my palms pressed against its rough stone edge. I peered into its darkness. Then I woke up. The dream lingered vividly, gripping me as I stirred awake. I glanced toward Aaliyah, who was already awake and watching me with a strange look of concern. Before I could question her, she forced a smile and softly said, "Good morning." In the next hour, as the sun rose, we prepared ourselves quietly, nibbling on snacks for breakfast. Our destination seemed far and uncertain, with no clear trails leading toward the circling vultures. We packed the tents away, concealing them near the bottom of Bald Knob. Standing on the hilltop one final time, we stared solemnly toward our distant objective. Slowly, we descended and set off toward the vultures. By afternoon, the heat pressed down like a wave. We joked and laughed, clinging to the adventure, as if we'd left the outside world behind. The vultures never strayed from view, circling in the distance like a black compass needle, guiding us forward. We entered a dried riverbed, its walls closing in high around us. Snail shells and fish fossils littered the ground, reminders of a time when water ruled here. Trees leaned over the edges, their branches twisting like watchers peering down. Then I saw something strange. Fresh tracks in the mud, hands and feet, pressed too close together. My stomach nodded. "Hey, come look," I called. Jackson leaned over my shoulder. Aaliyah at my side. Tyler behind. "Maybe someone fell," Jackson offered. None of us believed it. The prints were fresh, human, and wrong. We followed them a short distance until they ended abruptly at the sheer wall of the riverbed. We pressed on, but the light mood had shattered. Every sound made us flinch. Conversation died. Only insects hummed, and something unseen rustled now and then in the brush. The stench of decay grew stronger, curling in our throats. We climbed out of the riverbed into dense forest, where broken branches formed a crude path leading toward the circling birds. We hesitated. Aaliyah whispered, "Maybe someone else already went looking for the well-wisher." "Maybe," Tyler said, though the jagged entrance looked less like a trail and more like a mouth waiting to swallow us. After a brief argument, rock, paper, scissors decided it. Aaliyah lost. Tyler pushed ahead, Jackson and Aaliyah behind him. I lingered, glancing back at the trees. Something shifted, branches cracking in the distance. Nothing moved. I hurried forward, afraid to be left alone. The forest closed around us, thick with heat and humidity. Every rustle sharpened our nerves. Branches scraped our skin. Low limbs swayed like warnings. Bald patches of torn-up earth scarred the path. Soon we reached a fallen tree, too massive to climb. We dropped to our knees and crawled beneath. Dirt clawed at our hands. On the other side, the stink of rot hit harder, thick enough to choke. "Is the well-wisher supposed to smell like death?" I asked, coughing, my voice barely masking growing unease. "I don't remember that in the story." Jackson shrugged without turning around. "I've never heard anyone mention that, but maybe that's what draws the vultures. It sure isn't pleasant." "Yeah," I muttered. "I've noticed it since Bald Knob, faintly carried by the wind. But here, it's overwhelming." Tyler pushed ahead. "Finally!" he shouted, breaking through the dense thicket into an open clearing. We followed close behind, stepping shoulder to shoulder into the daylight. Dust and dirt stretched out before us, littered with sparse foliage and jagged rocks. To our left stood an old stone well, weathered and ancient. A single vulture perched on its rim, staring at us with dark, unblinking eyes. The stench of death emanated from the well, unmistakably potent. We froze, trying to process what stood before us. "Holy shit!" Jackson gasped. "There's no way. No fucking way." The vulture leaped into flight, a small piece of flesh dangling from its beak. I felt entranced, disbelief clouding reality. Every tale we'd shared around campfires, all the whispered stories, they'd always remained fiction, safely separated from our world. But now, the story had found us. Tyler stepped forward first, moving like a sleepwalker toward the well. Jackson and Aaliyah followed suit. I trailed after, compelled by something I couldn't explain. Tyler reached the well first and peered down. Jackson joined him, then recoiled sharply, falling to his knees, gagging violently. "Jackson, what's wrong?" Aaliyah rushed to his side, placing a trembling hand on his back. Jackson shook his head desperately, continuing to retch. Tyler stumbled backward, staring upwards, muttering to himself, panic rising in his voice. No, fuck no. I approached the well, driven by grim curiosity, ignoring Aaliyah's urgent call behind me. My hands touched the rough, heated stone as I leaned over the edge. A buzzing filled my ears, growing louder as I gazed downward. The sight hit me like a punch to the gut. Bodies. Human bodies piled and twisted together like broken branches, skin burnt and peeling under the harsh sun. Shades of red and purple. Flies swarmed over their empty eyes and open wounds, feasting mercilessly. Pieces of flesh had been ripped away, bones jutted at unnatural angles. A shadow flickered as another vulture descended upon its grisly feast. Nausea surged through me. Then came a faint scratching sound, like nails scraping desperately against stone. I froze, unwilling to look again, yet the noise continued, weak and urgent. A fragile voice drifted upward, barely audible, cracked and strained. "Help! Me!" I stumbled backward, collapsing onto the ground, breath ragged. Aaliyah rushed over, eyes wide with terror. "Ethan, what happened?" "Don't look, Aaliyah. It's bad. We need to." Tyler interrupted, voice shaking. "There's a woman down here. She's alive. Oh shit, she's alive." Jackson struggled to his feet, approaching the well cautiously. Aaliyah followed, gently pulling free from my grasp. "It'll be okay, Ethan," she whispered, her eyes haunted. I forced myself up again, peering into the well alongside them. A woman stared back, clawing frantically at the stone walls like a trapped animal. Her legs twisted grotesquely beneath her. Dried tears streaked her filthy face. "Please," she rasped weakly, scratching incessantly. The sound burrowed deep into my mind, impossible to shake. "We'll get help, just hold," Tyler began, then trailed off, realizing the futility of his words. Aaliyah gasped suddenly, her gaze fixed on the clearing beyond. I followed her stare, heart dropping as a tall silhouette emerged, standing silently, head tilted slightly as if observing prey. We all stood frozen, barely breathing, as the figure stepped into clearer view, massive, nearly 7 feet tall, dirty brown hair obscuring his face. Muscular and hardened from survival, he wore nothing but torn shorts. He remained motionless, tension radiating from his crouched posture. Jackson broke first. "Fuck this," he shouted, turning to run. Instantly, the man lunged forward, charging toward us with terrifying speed. Adrenaline surged through my veins. My chest heaved as terror seized me, the image of that feral thing dragging me back to the well, filling my mind. We ran, scrambling toward the edge of the forest, back toward the clearing. Tyler stumbled beside me, wheezing and sobbing. He was never fast, and now he fell behind. "Come on, thank you. Move," I shouted desperately, matching my pace to his. Behind us, branches cracked, the sounds of something massive charging through the brush. Its breathing, wet, ragged, animalistic, grew louder with every second. I glanced over my shoulder repeatedly, but saw nothing except shifting shadows. Ahead, the fallen tree loomed. Aaliyah and Jackson had reached it first and slipped underneath. "Come on!" Aaliyah shrieked, her voice shrill with terror. I dove down, crawling frantically beneath the jagged branches. Twisting around, I saw Tyler scrambling toward me, his face pale and slick with sweat. Just as his upper body cleared the gap, he screamed, a guttural animal cry. and jerked backward. I lunged, grabbing Tyler's hand. "Help me! He's got Tyler!" I screamed. My grip slid as the monstrous force dragged him away. Tears streaked Tyler's face, eyes wide and pleading. "Don't let go," he whispered, strangely calm beneath his terror. Aaliyah and Jackson rushed back, each gripping Tyler's other arm, pulling with everything they had. Yet the man, impossibly strong, held tight. He twisted Tyler violently, rolling him like an alligator in a death spin. We lost our grip momentarily. Tyler's head and shoulders remained visible, his eyes bulging with fear. I caught a glimpse of the man's face, bloodshot eyes gleaming with excitement, mouth dripping saliva, a monstrous smile spreading across filthy lips. His laughter echoed through the trees, deep and wheezing, enjoying the twisted game. Then, with a sound sharper and louder than any branch breaking, Tyler's bone snapped. His agonized scream split the air. The man thrust once more, and Jackson and I smashed our heads against the fallen trunk. My vision blurred, consciousness flickering. Through the gap beneath the tree, I saw the man dragging Tyler away, his screams fading into the distance until only silence remained. We sat frozen in horror, the sky darkening as the sun began to set. An argument flared. We wanted to go back, guilt gnawing at us, but fear crushed reason. We weren't heroes, and this wasn't a rescue story. Instinct screamed at us to flee before nightfall. We ran, grief tangled with terror, telling ourselves the police would find Tyler and catch the man. That was the last time we saw either of them. Twilight draped the tracks when we returned. Tyler's bicycle waited alone, its frame glowing faintly in the dying light. My parents stared when we stumbled home, filthy and broken, but even their horror couldn't match what we carried inside. Search parties formed. Days later, they found the well, burned out, smoking, filled with bodies too ruined to name. Neither Tyler nor the man ever surfaced again. His loss hollowed me. I tell myself we were only kids, that there was nothing else we could have done, but the thought never leaves. It lingers in the back of my skull, always watching, always waiting. I wish I could end this with vengeance, tell you that after 30 years of drowning in drugs and regret, Aaliyah, Jackson, and I hunted him down. Sometimes I whisper that story to myself in the dark. But truth is cruel, and reality offers no justice. I moved to a noisy city. I tried staying in contact with Aaliyah and Jackson, but it always felt like reopening a wound. When I spot vultures now, panic grips me. Sometimes I imagine that wild man watching from alleyways, and I walk faster, cold sweat dripping. I get stoned every night. Most times the dreams stay buried, but sometimes they slip through like maggots wriggling out of a corpse. In them, the sun scorches my back until the skin peels raw. My legs twist like broken branches, useless and heavy. Vultures tear at me, their beaks snapping off strips of flesh. I claw at stone, mouth open, but no sound comes out. Then his face appears above me, filthy, grinning, drool dripping onto my skin. A vulture lands beside him, patient, waiting for me to stop struggling. That's when I wake, shaking in a pool of cold sweat. The horrifying thing after we pulled in the bluefish catch. It's amazing what lives within our oceans. Ecosystems of life, entirely separated from our comfortable surface existences. And sometimes, things will rise from the depths that are so horrible. We quickly realize why some creatures evolved to live on land. There was a town I lived in once that learned this lesson. I won't bother giving you the name of it. It doesn't exist on any map anymore. It was a healthy town. Once. Built right into beautiful Casco Bay. I couldn't have asked for better neighbors. The street markets were filled with fresh, cheap seafood, caught right in our own little cradle of ocean. The people didn't want for much, and the land provided plenty. We should have known it was too good, but we didn't. We barely even reacted to the first warning that the sea had offered us. Old Hank Salty Whitaker was the perfect picture of a man who didn't know the times had passed him by. While most folk went out to fish using the latest and greatest technology, Hank would take his modest boat out armed with little more than a wide fishing net and a cooler full of beer. Sometimes, a few of the townsfolk would like to see him off, watching a true legend at work. He'd nod to us, his eyes permanently squinted from years of being on an open deck. We'd watch him use his heavily scarred hands to do the work of several men, effortlessly gliding his boat through the lapping waves. The man had a sixth sense about him, knowing where the fishing was good, even if it didn't make a lick of sense. On rare occasion, before he'd get on his boat, he'd ask a few of us observers if we'd like to help Old Salty. We'd gladly take him up on this offer, as it usually meant he'd be catching a heap of fish that day, and he was kind enough to let us take some home for our ice boxes. The day of the first sign started off like one of these moments. I remember Hank staring off at the opening of the bay, as the arms of the mountain range cradled our slice of ocean. Big gun today. Gonna need all hands on deck to help Old Salty. His voice grumbled, worn from years of breathing in brine and cigars. He glanced over at me and two other young men and gave a quick nod. We knew that was our cue to hop on board, and within a matter of moments, we were cruising out to the middle of the bay, past the Grindle Point Lighthouse. As we left the dock, the sun was just rising, but a single cloud hung motionless overhead, shaped like a colossal eye, its rim bruised violet black, the pupil a blinding white disk. The wind howled, yet the cloud refused to drift. Hank spat over the rail, the glob hit the water and floated, thick and black like tar, refusing to sink. At that moment, I already felt that something was strange, as if everything happening around me wasn't quite normal. But I tried to find another explanation to ease my anxiety, convincing myself that I was just imagining things because I was too tense and anxious. The Grindle Point Lighthouse was an old, worn-out beacon directly in the middle of the bay. At some point long ago, it probably served its purpose, but years of rising water levels left it on a small island, the red and white lighthouse slightly leaning to one side, as if it were tired of its vigil. Good sailors knew the best spots were past the Grindle Point, but still within the comfort of the bay. We passed the lighthouse, and the waves suddenly stopped slapping the hull. 3 heartbeats of absolute silence. Then the water itself began to throb, slow, deliberate pulses rising from the depths. Thump, 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 like a heart the size of a house. I leaned over the side. Through the crystal water I saw a perfect circle of standing stones on the seabed, each taller than a man, crusted with white bones the length of human thighs. A pale hand, fingers twice too long, rose from the center of the ring, webbing visible between the digits, then sank again as if tugged by an invisible leash. Hank growled without looking. "Eyes up, boy. It likes to be watched back." "Hey." Hank slowed the engine once we got far enough away from the weary beacon, and we quickly followed every order he managed to growl out. "Untangle them nets, cast it out, fasten it tight." Within moments, the ship carried its own fishnet cloak, trailing behind it, lost in the deep blues beneath us. The 4 of us sat in silence, letting the rolling waves and gull calls overhead do all the talking for us. Hank interrupted their conversation with a shout. "Get 'em on up out of there." With that, we set to work pulling in the net and setting up the winch to get it out of the water. Each of us heaved, the thick cords of rope rough on our hands, new calluses forming over the old. The amount of effort I had to exert to heave the net closer to the boat told me one thing. Hank's sense was right, as always. Sweat poured from my brow as the rising mass of fins, tails, and beady eyes came into view by the back of the boat. We hooked the net up to the winch and, with a rusty whine, the crane began to lift our hull out of the water. The shimmering mix of soft azure scales wriggling just above us confirmed we had a fine haul of bluefish. The crane sighed as it placed the net between us all on the deck. Hank squinted further, analyzing the writhing clump in front of us. "Suppose that'll do," he grumbled approvingly, working to undo the net. Then we heard the voice. It was a small voice, like that of a little girl. "Help me, please." It was coming from inside the net. We worked at a quickened pace to undo the net, thinking we might have accidentally scooped up a diver as we were trailing the net behind us. As we sifted through the mass of wriggling fish, however, there wasn't anyone inside, just fish. "Help, I can't breathe." The voice was just a little louder, but was still faint, almost like it came from the wind itself. "Where are you?" Hank called out, his hands deep in bluefin as he searched for the elusive victim. We continued to search through the piles of fish, until I heard the whisper come from the collection right in front of me. "Right here." Something compelled me to grab from the pile, and I pulled a single fish out. There, a bluefin rested in my palms, just like any of the other fish we caught. It turned its face to look at me. As the fish's mouth gasped for air, it spoke. Can't breathe. Can't go back. It hurts. Ja! Hank's cry caused me to drop the fish back into the pile and stumble back. He immediately looked at me and the other 2 volunteers. Didn't you just hear? We all nodded, too terrified to speak. The 4 of us just stared down at the speaking fish. It was clear that we were all just trying to process what happened. We didn't get a lot of time. Another fish in the pile piped up. The air. Painful to breathe. Then another. Can't go back. Can't move. Dying. Help. 3 small cries became 10 desperate wails, became a choir of screaming pleas. Their volume rattled my brain, forcing me to put my hands over my ears to try to drown out the nautical lament. Even with my hands blocking the noise, they were still loud enough to be heard as plain as day. Some were just sobbing at that point. Some were still struggling to explain the pain. Salty, we have to throw them back in, one of the other crew called out. Immediately, all of the fish stopped their various cries, screams, and pained pleas. Then, in unison, they spoke. No, can't go back. Can't go back. Can't go back. They continued the chant through pained voices. We stood dumbstruck as the chorus repeated their mantra, getting weaker with each verse. As more and more fish stopped moving, eventually, it was down to one voice. The same voice that spoke in the beginning. Can't go back. Neither should you. We waited for clarification that never came. It was Hank who snapped us out of the mortified daze. We bring him back. Double the usual haul for each ear to not tell a soul about this. But I tried to protest. I thought it was insane. Not only the fact that we were going to just pretend that this didn't just happen, but that we'd bring these fish back to the townsfolk for them to eat. But nothing. You listen good. Look at 'em. Ain't nothing but fish now. Telling tall tales ain't gonna do you no good but put you in a loony bin. We take this to the grave, lads. Looking at the other 2, it was clear I was the odd man out. So I relented, and we silently cut through the waves back to the dock, in tow with our cursed bounty from the sea. As we tied up, the fish were dumped into plastic bins. Their eyes, every single one, refused to glaze over. They swiveled in unison toward me, unblinking. A few mouths still worked soundlessly, lips forming words no air could carry. The blood that spilled wasn't red. It was thick, black, and clung to the planks like tar. I scrubbed my hands under the dock hose, but the stench of rotting organs stayed under my nails for days. Once the side of the boat met the crooked wooden planks, I left without taking any of the share. There was no way I was going to take a single one of those fish home. I also made an effort to avoid any fish dishes from that point on. That night, the moon was eclipsed by a moving silhouette, shaped like a whale, but impossibly vast, gliding across the sky as if the ocean had learned to swim through air. Every dog in town howled at the bay, yet none would face the water. By morning, the tide had retreated farther than anyone could remember, exposing a line of footprints in the wet sand, human-shaped, but each toe webbed, and longer than my forearm, leading straight out to sea. The prints were still dripping. Looking back, that might have been the only thing to save me. Folks started to act a little weirder around town. There was a spike in deaths by drowning. The beaches always looked more crowded, yet the energy was a bit muted, almost like people were waiting for something important. I didn't know what to call it. I just felt that something wasn't right about this town ever since then. But maybe it was just my own mind tearing itself apart with conflicting thoughts. I don't even know anymore. Every evening after that haul, the Grindle Point light swept the bay slower than before. When its beam crossed our boat, or any boat, it lingered for a full heartbeat, as if tasting the air. I also recount that it was around this time that the Grindle Point began its operations again. At night, the sweeping, lopsided light would cut through the night air, beckoning the beachgoers to its lonely island. Old Hank Salty Whitaker wasn't the same after that day out at sea either. He'd never let anyone on his boat, spending full days out at sea alone, unloading massive amounts of fish in the dark of night. He was old, but it was as if he finally realized it too. The man's sleepless scowl as he'd stare off into the bay told me so. Then, one day, he vanished. He took his boat out like normal, only to never return. We had a search party for his boat, but there was no sign of any wreckage. Despite knowing the reality, I like to tell myself that he packed up what little he had and sailed off for bluer oceans. That he knew what was coming and got out of there before it got worse. It was a misty morning when the flyers first showed up all over town. They were gaudy and loud, with vibrant colors that cut through the hazy gray. In the middle of the poster was a mermaid, sitting in a giant clamshell. They were an advertisement for a new establishment that read, "Come to Siren's Pearl Nightclub, the pearl of nightlife entertainment. Live entertainment daily. Bachelors get 1 free drink per night." The advertisement didn't need to list the address, as by the time the morning sun banished away the fog, most of the town was talking about the brand new building sitting near the beach. Some folks said that there was always a building there, but it was dilapidated. Some swore they'd never seen it before. Whatever the case was, there was no denying what we saw that day. The building was a mix of a big city nightclub, blended with a classic Grecian temple. Flashing lights clashing with marble, white columns, red carpet in front of a full-wall mosaic. The piece that drew the eyes, however, was the neon sign of a mermaid, once again in a clamshell, with the words "Siren's Pearl" written below in a font intentionally meant to look Greek. Needless to say, it was the talk of the town square that day. We didn't have anything like that before. The most interesting thing to do was to go to the local dive bar for a while, hang out on the beach, or go fishing. So as the day gave way to night, the line to get in wrapped around the building. I was able to snag a spot in line pretty early and was really able to take in the place before it became packed. To no surprise, the inside was just as weird and elegant as the outside. The lighting rig screamed cheap dance club, but the well-sculpted statues of trident-wielding Adonises spoke softly of elegance. I shuffled over to a corner booth, having no intention to make a fool of myself on the dance floor. From there, I watched the stream of people enter through the front doors. Soon enough, the place was packed with eager faces, ready for a night that'd mix up the monotony most found themselves in. Scanning the room, I made 2 observations about the staff of the place that stuck out to me. The first was that they were all young women, gorgeous in their own unique ways. The second was that I've lived in that town all my life, and not once have I ever seen those people before. It was like they came with the building. I didn't dwell on it that much, as one of the women came up to offer a drink. I declined, not being much of a drinker myself, and she simply smiled and moved on to the next booth. By that time, the club was in full swing, music blaring from the speakers hung from rafters, each pulse of the heavy bass line rumbling my ribcage. Despite not really partaking in much of what the club had to offer, I was just happy to get out of the house for a change of pace. Sometime into the night, there was a shift of energy. The club song overhead faded away, and a voice kicked in on the speakers, gentle and brimming with energy. "All right, ladies and gentlemen, we've got some really special live entertainment tonight. I present to you our unforgettable star, Coral." I had scoffed at the woman's stage name, expecting some elderly woman to get on stage and start us off to a lively game of bingo. However, my jaw nearly hit the table when I saw Coral take the microphone. Easily around 6 feet tall or so, Coral had long, flowing blonde hair that curled at the ends. Her seafoam green makeup made her deep blue eyes radiate, even from where I was sitting. She wore a dazzling aqua-colored dress that glimmered under the various stage lights. Her long gloves, akin to a flapper girl's, shimmered as well when she grabbed the microphone. Coral simply smiled, and when she opened her mouth to sing, it was as if the room fell into a trance. I didn't recognize the song, nor even the language of the lyrics, but I remember it being powerful and beautiful. The notes floated through the air, reverberating with the dancers, causing their movements to be in sync. I caught my own leg tapping to the rhythm as the room was serenaded by her seraphic song. I couldn't tell you if the song lasted minutes or hours. I could only tell you that, by the end of the night, most of the clubgoers were dragging themselves out the door with aching, blistered, bloody feet. I remember leaving with a limp, my poor leg feeling literally tapped out. Siren's Pearl nightclub became the talk of the town. You could usually tell who went the night before by their wince in every step, or the bags under their eyes. I was fully convinced the entire town would spend each night there, had there not been a limit to how many people they let in each night. I was never able to get in after that opening day, despite my many attempts afterwards. I had heard from others that more and more, the restless crowds would beg Coral to take the stage sooner so they could dance the night away to her mesmerizing melody. I tried not to let my inability to hear her again get the better of me, but when I started dreaming about her song, it only frustrated me more. I would wake up in a cold sweat, trying to recall the voice that moments before was calling to me in my dream. Each waking second, however, stole the memories away of her song, leaving me longing to hear her again. It was a few weeks after the opening that more flyers were distributed around the city, advertising an unforgettable night at the Siren's Pearl. I was determined to get there early enough to snag an entry, but was horrified to hear that people were planning to camp out a day in advance just to secure a spot. Unable to call out of work to join the campers, I resigned myself to missing the event and settling for the phantom singer in my dreams. As the day rapidly approached, however, Coral's song began to permeate my waking life. People on the street would occasionally hum the same tune I had heard that night, the one I yearned to hear once more. The air itself seemed to carry the tune, leading me back to the elegant club by the waves. I admit, the night the event rolled around, I wasn't in the best of mindsets. I was determined to get in, one way or another. My plan was to wait until the club was in full swing and break in through the back, slip into the crowd, and lose myself in the music. So I waited. I hung around the beach, waiting for the night to wane on long enough to make my move. Once the crowd of unfortunate souls that didn't make it in cleared out, I moved to the back door and tried my luck. To my surprise, the door was unlocked and swung open without a noise. The moment I stepped into the back of the club, I felt something was wrong. I couldn't hear Coral singing. It was worse than that. I really didn't hear anything. It was nearly silent. The only noise I could make out sounded like a heavy rope being dragged across the ground, and the soft, wet noise of eating. As quietly as I could, I snuck over to the doorway that led into the main dance floor to see what was going on. It was a feast. It was a massacre. Dozens of exhausted club-goers lay limp on the floor, chests heaving as they tried to gain their breath. The women of the club laid them in piles, pulling them aside one by one. I couldn't even call them women at this point, as it was clear they weren't. They were sirens. From their neck down, they retained their human-like proportions, even as they crawled unnaturally on all fours. Their necks, however, were long and winding. The muscles rippled as their heads snaked along the helpless victims. Long gone were their beautiful faces, and in place was a toothy snout with beady, unblinking eyes, searching for the perfect morsel. The realization made me nauseous. They looked like moray eels. I watched as one of these creatures snapped its jaw open, revealing its rows of curved teeth, and began to devour someone, starting with their feet. I was expecting the person to scream as the teeth clamped down, but they merely whimpered, staring up at the ceiling, unblinking. It was as if they were entranced. I knew in that moment that I had to leave. When I spun quickly to retrace my steps, I slammed into something sturdy, sending me backwards. Ignoring the pain, I looked up and confirmed my worst fear. It was Coral. The siren loomed over me, her elongated neck twisting and wriggling to get a better look at me. She breathed through her dripping maw, heaving as her unflinching eyes bore holes through me. Her sinewy throat muscles began to twitch. I made the quick realization that she was about to sing. I knew I had to act fast, even though a part of me still actually wanted to hear her sing one last time. My hands frantically searched the floor, looking for a quick solution, and found purchase on a metal rod of some sort. I gripped the microphone stand and swung with all my might, connecting right into her eel-like neck. Coral screeched, wriggling back just enough for me to make a dash for the back door. I didn't stop running until I couldn't anymore, nearly collapsing on the sidewalk deep into town. I was afraid to turn and see a horde of eel women chasing me down, but I was met with silence when I looked. It was just me, panting and out of breath, underneath the cloudless sky. I shambled back home, collapsing into my bed, an exhausted mess. I had intended to go see the law first thing in the morning. That plan quickly unraveled. By morning, no one had remembered Siren's Pearl nightclub. The flyers all across town were gone. The club that was host to a gruesome banquet just the night before was gone, and in its place sat a broken-down building, weathered with years of ocean winds. There was no proof that Siren's Pearl had ever existed, besides my own experiences. What of the victims, you may ask? That was the worst part of all. Just as the people forgot about the club, so too did they forget about the ones that were taken away. One parent insisted they always had one daughter, forgetting that she had a twin. The town thought it was strange that we had a doctor's office, but no doctor that was currently practicing, even if you were to try to show people proof of someone who went missing. Eventually they'd just stare off into space, with that same mesmerized look as the people who were devoured whole. The town began its fall into disarray from that point. How do you successfully run a business when you don't realize some of your workers don't exist anymore? Tasks handled by someone long forgotten had to be taken up by others. The town was stretched thin. It's chilling. From that time on, occasionally people would hum fragmented pieces of the song Coral once sang. They would shed a tear and wipe it away, much to their confusion, like something inside them still remembered. While our town decayed slowly, so too did the Grindle Point. Bits of the painted cement began to crumble off the leaning lighthouse, splashing into the ocean below. I wasn't sure what was holding it up at that point, let alone what kept it working, but the lighthouse continued to shine, grazing the sky with its beams, calling weary travelers to what should have been their safety. Even if we knew what was to happen to us, would we have been able to stop it? After Siren's Pearl and the Screaming Fish, the town I once loved was a former shell of itself. The street markets were filled with twitching, foul-smelling seafood caught in the bay. The surrounding mountains felt more like a cage every day, trapping us in with the rot. Many once thriving businesses were now shuttered, and the bustling port felt like a graveyard, each unused boat a tombstone. It was during a heavy thunderstorm that the third omen arrived. The fisherman who first reported it couldn't believe his eyes, but once those who could muster the energy joined him, they confirmed what he had found. Hermit crabs. According to him, the man was fishing off the beach early morning at his usual time when he came across the first hermit crab. Its abnormally large size originally startled him. Easily about as big as a coconut crab, the hermit crab came scuttling out of the ocean and paused to stare at the man. It clacked its claws and twitched its mandibles, as if waiting for something. From the front, the fisherman noticed its shell shape was incredibly odd. It was when the crab turned itself, giving the man a better look, that he jumped back in alarm. Dozens more crabs began to shuffle out of the brine, and in a panic, the man scurried off to find anyone, to share what he saw. By first light, a crowd of people gathered to stare at the cast of crabs, myself included. It was true, the crabs were enormous, but large crustaceans weren't what brought the crowd to the shores. It was the shells. They were just as the man described. They were human heads. Each crab carried a human head on its back, connected where the neck would have been. As the crabs shuffled about on the shore, the human heads moved their eyes and stared. The sight felt like an aberration to all that was good. It was as if the ocean itself was mocking us at that point. Someone in the crowd behind me gasped. "Nate?" she cried out. Pushing past us, she sprinted to the beach. Surprisingly, the crabs didn't make an effort to move away. People in the crowd tried to call out to her, to get her to stay away, but the woman was frantic. "No, you don't understand. It's Nate. I recognize his face from anywhere." The woman hunched in front of one of the crabs. One by one, people from the crowd approached tentatively, seeing that she was okay. As I got closer, I noticed that each crab shell face was different. The crab in front of the woman turned around to allow her to be face to face with its shell. She sobbed louder, reaching a hand out to touch it, only hesitating at the last moment. The shelled face stared up at the woman, emotionless. Hair that was once probably curly was matted, tangled with seaweed. Its eyes were dull, carrying no light behind them. "Nate, honey, it's me, Emily. Remember? I thought I lost you." Her voice trembled, the fresh grief evident in her cadence. Another voice from the crowd spoke out. "Sarah?" Another. "Wait, that's Mike Donovan." More people recognized more faces. By the conversation sprouting up around me, the shells were all faces of people lost at sea. Each sea-swollen face a person once thought to never return, now preserved on the back of a beady-eyed, chitinous creature of the deep. Without any warning, Emily grabbed the crab and brought the shell to her eye level. With a dull groan, the shell face opened its mouth. Its lips began to move, as if it were speaking, but no words came out. Emily brought it to her ear, as if it were whispering a secret to her. Her eyes widened, and though the lips continued to move on the shell, no sound was coming out. Soon, most of the faces on the shelves began their silent speeches. People huddled close, listening attentively to every unsaid word their decayed loved one had to say. I did my best to try to hear them, but was only met with the lapping waves on the shore. Emily had broken the silence. "I understand. I'll go with you." She turned, crab still in hand, and sprinted towards the ocean. Those of us unable to hear the shells tried to get her to stop, but she easily barreled through anyone who stood in her way, charging with an unnatural determination straight for the icy waters. Multiple people grabbed the crabs and began their frenzied rush into the briny arms of the bay. The few of us remaining were left helpless as their bodies crashed uncoordinated into the water, sinking immediately beneath the surface. We were left in the strangling silence, staring out into the choppy water. The silence was short-lived when a loud rumbling came from the middle of the bay. It came from Grindle Point. The ground beneath our feet quaked as a lighthouse shuddered, its constructed shell crumbling off to reveal what lay underneath. There, on the island, stood a crooked pillar. It was hard to make out details from a distance, but it looked to be made of flesh, the inky black column twitching slightly. The top of the shape carried a bulb at the end, which continued to give off light, just like the lighthouse did. This light, however, pulsed like a heartbeat. Each pulse rumbled the sand beneath me. It took only a split moment to recognize what Grindle Point truly was. It was an antenna. A huge jolt beneath me threw me to the beach. The Grindle Point continued to pulse, the rhythm of its heartbeat quickening. I got back on my feet, heading inland as fast as I could. Many of the other beachgoers just stared at the Grindle Point, probably too stunned or afraid to know what to do next. I didn't know exactly what was coming either, but I saw enough of the signs back then to know it wasn't time to stand around and find out. I was in the middle of packing brief essentials back at my house when the noise began. A low, loud rumble permeated the walls of the room. It was deep and large and mournful, like a pod of whales all sung at the same time. I looked out my window to the bay and dropped my bag to the floor at the sight. Packing was no longer a priority. There was nowhere I could go. From the bay rose dozens of huge, thin, pale white mountains in jagged rows. As they rose from the bay, they were all connected to an inky black mass, bigger than anything I'd ever seen. Two pale, film-covered moons came into view, staring down at our village. There was no emotion behind those eyes. It was too ancient for such frivolities. It came for a more primal purpose: to feed. The opening of its maw had blocked out the sunlight. The Grindle Point pulsed, calling the city into its waiting fangs. Many probably went willingly. Some may have made some desperate, futile attempt to leave. Others probably joined my stunned indecision, letting the ocean take back all we've taken from it. The darkness grew as the fangs overhead ripped through the sky, piercing the clouds above. I closed my eyes, resigned to what would come. I spent a long time in the darkness. I wasn't sure if I was dead or worse. I was too afraid to open my eyes, too afraid to even check if it was possible to open my eyes. I waited to be digested, to be crushed, to be atomized, and brought into the cycle of nature, as ancient and unrelenting as it is. I couldn't tell you how long I remained in that state. Eventually, I mustered the courage to open my eyes. I had to squint from the blinding rays of the Sunday. I found myself on the beach, staring out into an empty bay. There were no signs of any buildings, no signs of any civilization whatsoever. There was also no shape in the middle of the bay. The Grindle Point removed any trace of what was once there, besides me. So I left. I traveled for a time, wandering from place to place, wondering why I was the only one spared from being erased. After some time, I finally settled in another bayside town. I soon realized why I am all that remains. This town, it's a beautiful place. I couldn't ask for better neighbors. The street markets are filled with fresh, cheap seafood, caught right in our own little cradle of ocean. The people don't want for much, and the land provides plenty. They've also started construction on a lighthouse, right in the middle of Sheltered Cove. I kept thinking that everything that had happened was just a nightmare, and that the place I was living now was where I truly belonged. Maybe everything that happened in that old town was just something my dream had created. That was what I believed. Until I saw a stall selling bluefish run by one of the local fishermen. All those blue fish had their eyes wide open. and they were all staring straight at me. The horror that came when the forest curse awoke. The Rocky Mountains, it was said, enforced their own kind of justice, one far older than the laws scrawled in books or preached from pulpits in the valleys below. It was a primal justice, born from the earth itself, carved into the very bark of the ancient lodgepole pines and ponderosa that stood sentinel over the land. The rule was simple, etched into the heart of the wilderness: waste not, want not. If a man killed for need, to feed his family, to clothe them through the bitter winters, the forest would provide, generous in its bounty. But to kill for sport, to spill blood for the fleeting thrill of it, to leave a carcass to rot, that was to tip the delicate balance of the wild. And when that balance tipped, the killdeer came. Most first heard the tale from their elders, when they were no taller than the broom that leaned against the cabin's stone hearth. On cold evenings, when the wind howled through the gaps in the spruce and the fire cast flickering shadows across the room, people would settle in for the night. The elder, their face weathered as the cliffs that loomed over their valley, seemed to carry the weight of the mountains themselves. With a voice roughened by years of living in these hills, they would spin stories that made the air feel heavier, the dark beyond, the windows deeper. They would say, "Listen here," their eyes glinting in the firelight as they leaned forward, with gnarled hands resting on their knees. "If you ever take a deer, you use every bit of it. The meat goes to the pot to fill our belly. The hide gets tanned for a coat or boots. With the bones, you carve into knife handles or tools. Never waste even a scrap, or it'll come for you. The killdeer. Nature don't forgive, and neither does it. The killdeer." It was no ordinary deer, not anymore. It was something warped, something risen from the decay of disrespect, a creature born of the forest's wrath. To hunters, it was a nightmare given form, a shadow that moved in the dead of night, neither fully flesh nor spirit, but something far worse. A vessel for the mountain's long memory, patient as granite, unyielding as altitude. The killdeer did not bleed when struck. Bullets passed through, or sealed like water over stone. It did not tire, did not flinch from fire or steel. Its eyes glowed not with reflection, but with cold, white light. Twin lanterns forged in the wild's ancient fury. It was the forest's ledger, balancing every wasted life with a slow, deliberate reckoning. Most would laugh. To them, it was just a story, a spooky tale meant to scare children into behaving, to keep them from wandering too far into the woods or being careless with a gun. But as the years passed and those who stayed close, their laughter faded. They began to hear whispers from others in the mountains, loggers who spoke in hushed tones of strange shapes moving in the morning mist, their axes falling silent as they caught glimpses of something just beyond the trees. Trappers, too, shared eerie accounts of finding kills left untouched by coyotes or ravens, as if the forest itself had claimed the carcasses, marking them as its own. And then there were the disappearances, stories that hung over the small mountain communities like a fog that never lifted. Hunters would venture into the woods, men hardened by years of tracking game, only to vanish. Their camps would be found days later, cold and abandoned, their rifles twisted like soft dough, in strange tracks, hoof prints, sharp and deep, leading into the dark, only to stop abruptly, as if whatever made them had simply melted into the night. In the shadow of the Rocky Mountains, where the San Juan Range clawed the sky above the old silver towns and the forest held its secrets like a miser clutching gold, two brothers, Cody and Wyatt, roamed the wilds with a swagger that marked them as men who believed themselves untouchable. Born and raised in a clapboard house outside Durango, where the earth was as hard as the lives it shaped, they were as much a part of the mountains as the rocks and rivers. Yet they carried themselves like kings, lords of a kingdom they thought they could bend to their will. Their father had struck luck in the 80 seconds mining boom, trading pickaxe for stock portfolios, leaving them enough to escape the coal dust poverty of their neighbors. Cody, the elder, was a giant of a man, 6'4" and broad as a barn door, with a thick beard the color of winter pine bark that cascaded down his chest like Spanish moss swaying in a swamp breeze. His presence filled a room, his voice a low rumble that commanded attention. Wyatt, younger and leaner, moved with a restless energy, his wiry frame quick as a whip. His eyes, sharp as a hawk's, missed nothing, and his laugh, a jagged piercing sound, cut through the quiet of the woods like the roar of a chainsaw slicing through timber. Unlike the weathered folks who scratched out a living from the rocky soil, Cody and Wyatt were not bound by want. They drove a Dodge Ram that growled up the winding forest roads, its bed loaded with gear that gleamed with the polish of wealth. Rifles with loopholed scopes so precise they could spot a flea on a dog's back at 300 yards, knives sharp enough to split a hair, and ammunition enough to wage a small war. But money, for all its shine, could not buy the respect the forest demanded. The brothers hunted not to fill their bellies or warm their homes through the long winters, but for the thrill of it, the raw surge of power that came with pulling a trigger and watching life spill out onto the cold earth. Cody had taken a 10-point mule deer the previous fall, mounted the antlers himself above his fireplace, named it King. Wyatt bragged about the doe he dropped with a single, perfect shot through the heart at 400 yards, the way her legs folded like a marionette with cut strings. He'd posted the photo on Instagram with hashtags number Rocky Mountain Royalty, thumb stained with chewing tobacco, and blood. Their grandmother, Grandma Elsie, a full-blood Ute woman with eyes dark and gleaming like polished obsidian, had tried to warn them otherwise. She lived in a cabin outside Ignacio until the county took it for taxes, skinning deer with a bone-handled knife, singing old songs while the fat rendered. Every animal carries a piece of the world's soul, she told them one winter night when Cody was 12 and Wyatt 10, her gnarled hands working a fresh hide by the hearth. Kill for need, give thanks, use every part, waste it and the soul twists, becomes the killdeer. It don't bleed, it don't tire, it just balances the scale. The boys had laughed until she boxed their ears with hands that smelled of sage and pine pitch. Cody never forgot the sting. Wyatt filed the story under superstition, same as Bigfoot and government conspiracies. It was a winter unlike any the mountains had seen in years, a season that sank its teeth deep and refused to let go. Snow had fallen for weeks, blanketing the ridges and valleys in a heavy, suffocating shroud. Drifts piled high against the spruce, transforming the forest into a silent, white tomb where sound seemed to drown in the cold. Animals, wise to the ways of survival, hunkered down in their thickets or burrows, waiting out the bitter season. But Cody and Wyatt paid no mind to the stillness or the signs. They loaded their rifles, checked their scopes, and packed their gear. Coolers, whiskey, even a drone for scouting, with the careless confidence of men who believed the wild would bow to them. "Gonna bag us a monarch this time," Cody grunted, his voice muffled by the scarf wrapped around his face as he climbed into the driver's seat of their Ram. It was still dark, the hour before dawn when the world held its breath, and their breath fogged the air inside the cab, curling like smoke in the chill. The forest greeted them with an eerie quiet that morning, a stillness so thick it seemed to press against their ears like wads of cotton. No chickadees called from the branches, no squirrels darted through the underbrush with their chattering complaints. The only sound was the sharp crunch of their heavy boots, breaking through the crusts of snow as they hiked deeper into the high country, following game trails, worn smooth by the hooves of deer over countless generations. The brothers filled the silence with their own noise, their voices loud and boastful as they swapped stories of past hunts. Cody bragged of the 10-point buck he'd taken the previous fall, its antlers now mounted above his fireplace. Wyatt, grinning, recounted the doe he dropped with a single, perfect shot through the heart, his pride as sharp as the bullet that had ended her. "Ain't nothing better than seeing him drop," Wyatt said, spitting a stream of tobacco juice into the snow where it sank like a dark stain. "Makes you feel alive, don't it?" Hours dragged on as the sun began its slow climb over the jagged ridges, its weak light casting long shadows that stretched across the snow like skeletal fingers. The brothers pressed on, their eyes scanning the white expanse for any sign of movement. Then, at last, they saw him, a great mule deer buck, standing alone in a high park of willow and snow, his head lowered as he pawed at the snow, searching for browse buried beneath the frozen crust. His antlers, 12 points branching like a crown of thorns, caught the pale sunlight, and his thick winter coat shimmered with a vitality that spoke of strength and survival. He was a king of the forest, a creature that had endured the harshest winters and eluded the keenest hunters. Cody's breath caught in his throat as he raised his rifle, the cold metal steady in his gloved hands. He peered through the scope, the buck's form filling the crosshairs, every detail sharp and clear. "Mine!" he whispered, his voice barely audible, his finger curling around the trigger with a slow, deliberate pressure. The shot rang out, a thunderous crack that shattered the silence of the valley, echoing off the granite walls like a warning. The buck jerked, a bright bloom of blood staining his flank, but he did not fall. His eyes, wide with shock and confusion, met the brothers for a fleeting moment before he staggered, his legs trembling. Then, with a surge of desperate strength, he bolted, crashing through the trees, leaving a trail of crimson in the snow. Wyatt let out a whoop, his voice sharp with excitement as he slapped Cody on the back. "Good hit! Let's track him!" he crowed, his eyes gleaming with the thrill of the chase. The trail of blood stretched across the snow like a grim ribbon, each crimson drop vivid against the pristine white, leading Cody and Wyatt deeper into the frozen heart of the Rocky Mountain wilderness. Cody and Wyatt followed it with eager steps, their boots crunching through the icy crust, their breath puffing out in clouds that hung briefly in the frigid air before dissolving. The forest remained silent around them, as if holding its breath, the trees standing like solemn witnesses to the path the brothers carved through the snow. A quarter-mile on, they found their prize. The great buck collapsed against the rough, snow-covered bulk of a fallen lodgepole. His chest heaved with labored breaths, steam rising in faint wisps from the wound in his flank, where the blood still seeped, staining the snow beneath him. His eyes, once bright with life, were dim now, clouded with pain and exhaustion, but he was still alive, clinging to the last threads of his strength. Cody stood over the animal, his broad frame casting a long shadow across the clearing. He raised his rifle again, the barrel gleaming dully in the weak winter light, and aimed it at the buck's neck. Without a word, he pulled the trigger. The shot rang out, sharp and final, echoing through the trees like a judge's gavel. The buck's body twitched once. It was a fleeting spasm before it went still, its head slumping against the log, the light in its eyes snuffed out forever. The silence that followed was heavier than before, as if the forest itself had paused to mark the moment. The brothers stood over their kill, their faces lit with a mix of pride and satisfaction. Wyatt crouched beside the buck, his sharp eyes taking in the sprawl of its antlers, the 12 points branching like a jagged crown. "Hell of a rack," he said, his voice thick with admiration as he nudged the lifeless body with the toe of his boot, the gesture careless, almost dismissive. "Could mount that on the wall back home. Be a fine trophy." But no knives were drawn from their sheaths to field dress the animal. No ropes were uncoiled to bind its legs for the long haul back to camp. Instead, the brothers lingered only long enough to savor their triumph. Cody pulled out his phone and snapped a quick photo. He posed with one heavy boot planted on the buck's head, his rifle slung across his shoulder, a grin splitting his bearded face. Wyatt laughed, the sound harsh and jarring in the quiet clearing, as he slapped his brother's arm and flashed a middle finger for the camera. Then, with no further thought, they turned their backs on the buck, leaving it sprawled against the log, its body already beginning to stiffen in the cold. The blood that had pooled beneath it would freeze by nightfall, the carcass left to rot, a feast for crows, if the birds dared to venture into that silent, watchful forest. "Too heavy to haul," Cody said with a careless shrug as they trudged away, his deep voice breaking the stillness. He adjusted the strap of his rifle, his broad shoulders rolling as if casting off the weight of what they'd done. "Besides, we got plenty more where that came from." Wyatt nodded, spitting tobacco juice into the snow again, the dark stain marking their path as they disappeared into the trees, their laughter fading into the distance. Behind them, the buck lay abandoned, its once proud form now just another offering to the forest's unyielding judgment. As evening draped its heavy cloak over the Rocky Mountains, Cody and Wyatt made their way back to their temporary home, a ramshackle line shack rented from Old Man Hargrove, who lived down in a trailer outside Silverton where the roads were more dirt than pavement. The shack crouched at the edge of a small clearing, its weathered planks sagging under the weight of years, surrounded by dense woods that seemed to press closer as the sun sank below the horizon, painting the sky in streaks of bruised purple and gold. The trees loomed like silent sentinels, their branches weaving a dark canopy that swallowed the last of the daylight. Inside, the brothers kindled a fire in the potbelly stove, the flames crackling and spitting as they devoured the dry wood, casting a warm, flickering glow across the room. They cracked open cans of Coors, the sharp hiss of aluminum cutting through the quiet, and settled into their chairs, their voices growing louder with each swig as they relived the day's triumph. "That buck never knew what hit him," Wyatt crowed, his sharp laugh echoing off the shack's rough walls. He leaned back, mimicking the animal's stumbling fall, his wiry frame jerking in an exaggerated pantomime that made his eyes gleam with cruel delight. Cody threw his head back and roared with laughter, the sound booming like thunder in the small space. The firelight danced in his eyes, turning them into twin infernos that burned with the same reckless pride that had driven them to leave the buck's body to rot in the snow. They clinked their cans together, toasting their victory, oblivious to the weight of the forest's gaze beyond the shack's thin walls. As night fell, the world outside grew still, an unnatural silence that seemed to smother the mountains. No owls hooted from the high branches, their mournful calls absent for the first time in memory. No coyotes yipped in the distance, their usual chorus silenced. Even the wind, which typically whistled through the pines like a lonesome tune, had stilled, leaving the air heavy and expectant. The brothers noticed the quiet, a faint unease prickling at the edges of their bravado, but they shrugged it off with the ease of men who believed themselves above the wild's judgment. "Storm comin'," Cody muttered, his deep voice dismissive as he tossed another log onto the fire. The flames flared briefly, sending shadows dancing across the shack's walls. They ate a hasty meal, canned beans and bread, washing it down with more beer and whiskey, their laughter growing sloppier with each drink. Exhausted from the day's trek, they turned in early, climbing into their bunks with the creak of old springs. Their rifles, polished and ready for another day of reckless hunting, leaned against the wall within arm's reach, their barrels glinting faintly in the dying firelight. The midnight hour crept in, slow and stealthy, the kind of hour when the world felt thin, as if a fragile veil hung between the living and the dead, trembling with the weight of unseen eyes. Out in the woods, where the buck's body lay abandoned in the snow, its once proud form now stiff and cold, something stirred. It was not the return of life. No mercy lingered in that frozen clearing. The air grew thick, heavy with the sour reek of decay, a scent that clung to the throat like damp earth. Around the buck's corpse, the snow began to melt in uneven patches, revealing black soil that seemed to pulse and bubble, as if stirred by some unseen force beneath the ground. The buck's eyes, glassy and lifeless in death, flickered with an eerie light, pale and cold as glowing coals. White, not reflection, but a light born from the forest's wrath itself. Its coat, once sleek and shimmering, now matted with frost and crusted blood, twitched as if something crawled beneath the skin, restless and unnatural. The killdeer was more than reanimated flesh. It was the wild's memory given form, every wasted life, every trophy left to rot, compressed into a single vessel. It did not hunger for meat. It hungered for balance. Fire might singe its hide, bullets might pierce, but the spirit within sealed every wound, drove every step, until the scale tipped back. The legends whispered among the mountain folk told of this moment, passed down through generations by firelight. This was how the killdeer was born. From waste, from disrespect, from the violation of the forest's ancient code, the spirit of the wild, roused to anger, poured itself into the empty shell of the discarded buck, filling it with a purpose that was neither flesh nor spirit, but something far more dreadful. A vessel forged for vengeance, its hooves leaving prints that smoked and killed the grass beneath, its groan the voice of centuries of violated balance. The buck's body rose slowly, its limbs cracking like brittle branches snapping underfoot. Its head lolled for a moment, then jerked upright with a sickening snap, the antlers scraping against the low-hanging boughs of the spruce, leaving deep gouges in the bark. A low groan escaped its jaws, not the proud bellow of a living deer, but a deep, guttural sound, heavy with accusation, as if the forest itself had given voice to its rage. In the dim confines of the rented shack, where the cold sometimes seeped through the cracks in the weathered walls like an uninvited guest, Cody stirred from his restless sleep. Sweat glistened on his broad forehead, despite the chill that hung heavy in the air, curling around the room like a living thing. He sat up in his bunk, the creak of the springs loud in the stillness, his ears straining to catch a sound that didn't belong. Outside, the night was alive with a slow, deliberate crunching, like footsteps pressing into the snow, each one measured, purposeful, and far too close. His heart thudded in his chest as he leaned over to his brother's bunk, his thick fingers gripping Wyatt's shoulder. "Wyatt," he hissed, his voice low and urgent. Something's out there, Wyatt grumbled, his sleep-heavy eyes blinking open as he rubbed them with the back of his hand. Probably a bear, he muttered, his voice thick with groggy irritation. Or that mountain lion folks had been talking about down in Silverton. But even as he spoke, there was a flicker of unease in his sharp eyes, a shadow of doubt that hadn't been there before. Graham Elsie's words flickering like embers in his mind. The brothers moved quickly, their hands reaching for the rifles propped against the wall. The metallic clicks of rounds being chambered echoed in the small shack, sharp and jarring in the oppressive quiet, like stones dropped into a still pond. Cody edged toward the door. His broad frame filling issued narrow space as he cracked it open, just enough to peer out into the clearing beyond. The moonlight poured down, bathing the snow in a ghostly silver glow, and there, at the edge of the trees, it stood. It was the buck, the same one they'd killed that morning, its 12-point antlers unmistakable, branching like a cruel crown against the dark. Its hide was torn where Cody's bullet had struck, the wound crusted with black, dried blood. But it was standing impossibly tall, its presence wrong in every way. Not alive, not in the way of breathing things, but unalive. A mockery of the life they'd stolen. Its eyes burned with a pale, unnatural light, white as glowing coals, piercing the darkness like lanterns forged in some infernal fire. No reflection, but a cold inner radiance that seemed to judge and remember. The ground beneath its hooves seemed to recoil, the sparse grass poking through the snow, browning and curling, as if the earth itself withered under the creature's gaze. The snow steamed where it stood, melting in perfect circles that revealed dead soil beneath. Cody's mouth went dry, his tongue sticking to the roof of his mouth as he tried to speak. "That ain't possible," he whispered, his voice barely a breath, his hands tightening around the rifle until his knuckles whitened. Wyatt shoved past him, his lean frame tense, his own rifle raised as he squinted into the night. "We shot it," he said, his voice hard but laced with a tremor that betrayed his bravado. "Dead as dirt." Yet the words faltered, doubt creeping in like the cold that seeped through the open door. The brothers stepped out into the clearing, their boots sinking into the snow with soft crunches that seemed too loud in the unnatural silence. It was eerily silent. The air was frigid, biting at their exposed skin, their breath forming clouds that hung motionless, as if the night itself refused to stir. The creature, the killdeer, tilted its head, its glowing eyes fixed on them, studying them with a cold, unyielding intelligence. Its jaws parted, wider than any deer should, revealing teeth sharpened to jagged points, glinting in the moonlight. That groan came again, low and guttural, rolling through the clearing like a wave of accusation, heavy with the weight of the forest's wrath. Panic clawed at Cody's chest, his heart hammering as he raised his rifle and fired. The bullet slammed into the creature's chest, right where the first wound gaped, but there was no stagger, no spray of blood, no sign the shot had done anything at all. The hole rippled shut like water sealing over a stone. The killdeer took a step forward, its hooves sinking into the snow with a slow, deliberate crunch, leaving smoking prints behind. Wyatt, his face pale, fired next, aiming for the head. The crack of his rifle split the night, the sound sharp and desperate, but the bullet whined off into the darkness, as if deflected by some unseen force. The creature's eyes flared brighter, their glow cutting through the shadows like a blade. "Inside," Cody bellowed, his voice raw with fear as he stumbled backward, yanking Wyatt with him. They scrambled into the shack, slamming the door shut, with a force that rattled the frame. Cody's trembling hands fumbled with the bolt, sliding it into place with a dull thud. The brothers pressed themselves against the wall, their rifles clutched tight, their breaths coming in short, ragged gasps. Outside, the shadow of the killdeer fell across the shack's single window, its antlers casting jagged, twisting silhouettes that danced across the walls like the claws of some ancient beast. From above came scraping sounds, slow, deliberate, not the rustle of branches but the sharp rake of antlers, dragging across the shingles, each scrape like a nail on a chalkboard, grating against their nerves. The men huddled by the dying fire, its embers casting a feeble glow, their eyes wide as they gripped their rifles, waiting for what came next. In the flickering, faltering light of the shack, where the fire's glow battled the creeping shadows, Wyatt's voice trembled as he whispered, his words barely audible over the crackle of the dying embers. "Remember what Grandma Elsie said?" His voice cracked, thin with fear, his sharp eyes wide and darting toward the bolted door. Cody, his broad frame hunched beside the stove, nodded slowly, his sweat-slick face pale in the dim glow. Memories surged like a flood, carrying him back to their childhood, to the winters spent huddled around their grandmother's hearth in a cabin not unlike this one. She was a Ute woman, her eyes dark and gleaming like polished obsidian, her voice steady as she wove tales of the mountains. "The forest spirits demand balance," she'd say, her gnarled hands working a piece of deer hide as she spoke. "Kill a deer. You use every part. The hide for clothing, the meat for sustenance, the bones for tools. Waste it, and the spirit twists, becomes the killdeer. It hunts the hunters, those who kill for pleasure, who forget every deer carries the wild soul. It don't bleed, boys. It don't stop. Fire cleanses, or you crush the brain. Only way, to sever the vessel." Back then, Cody and Wyatt had laughed, their young voices ringing with the confidence of boys too old for what they thought were fairy tales spun to scare children. But now, in the suffocating heat of the shack, with the night pressing against the walls like a living thing, those words burned in their minds like a prophecy come to life. A sudden, violent crash shook the shack, the door splintering with a sound like thunder splitting the sky. The propane lantern on the rickety table teetered and fell, its glass shattering, oil spilling across the dry floorboards. The liquid caught the fire's hungry sparks, and flames leapt up, licking the walls with greedy tongues, the heat blooming fast, turning the air thick and choking. Another ram came, the door buckling inward, wood groaning under the force. Then, with a final shattering blow, the creature, the killdeer, burst through, its towering form filling the doorway. Smoke curled around its jagged antlers like a crown woven from ghosts, the firelight glinting off its torn, blood-crusted hide. Where the flames touched, its fur singed, curling black and giving off a sour stench, but the creature made no sound of pain. The fire might char the vessel, but the spirit within endured, driving it forward. Only that groan, deeper now, rolled from its jaws, a sound heavy with accusation, as if the forest itself had come to judge them. Wyatt, his face twisted with panic, swung his rifle like a club, the wooden stock connecting with the killdeer's flank. The impact was like striking stone, the shock reverberating up his arms, jarring his teeth. The creature's head snapped around, its glowing white eyes locking onto him. Its jaws, unnaturally wide, clamped down on the rifle's barrel with a sickening crunch, snapping the metal in two as if it were a twig. The broken pieces fell to the floor, discarded like a child's broken toy. Cody, his hands shaking, raised his own rifle and fired point blank into the creature's side. The bullets punched holes in its hide, but the flesh rippled like water sealing over a dropped stone. The killdeer's essence knitting every wound, unbleeding, untiring. The killdeer lunged, its hooves slamming down on Wyatt's back as he turned to flee. A crack of breaking bones filled the air, sharp and sickening like dry sticks snapping underfoot. Wyatt's scream was raw, bubbling with blood as he crumpled to the floor, his body twitching. The creature lowered its head, its antlers, sharp and cruel, pressing into his chest, piercing slowly, deliberately, as if savoring the act. The shack was an inferno now, the flames roaring like a beast unchained, the wooden beams groaning under the searing heat. Smoke stung Cody's eyes as he backed into a corner, his rifle trembling in his hands. "Get away!" he screamed, his voice hoarse with terror as he fired his last shot, the bullet tearing straight through the killdeer's skull. Black, oily brain matter splattered the walls, glistening in the firelight. The creature staggered, its glowing eyes dimming, flickering like candles guttering in the wind. The brain destroyed, the vessel severed at last. Then, with a final, shuddering lurch, it collapsed, its massive form crashing down atop Wyatt, its antlers driving deeper into his chest as it fell, pinning him to the floor. Cody didn't wait to see if it would rise again. He bolted through the shattered door, the flames nipping at his heels, their heat scorching his back as he stumbled into the snow. He ran blindly through the woods, branches whipping his face, tearing at his skin, the cold air burning his lungs with every gasping breath. His legs carried him deeper into the forest, his heart pounding like a war drum, until at last they gave out. He collapsed into a snowdrift, his body shaking, sobs tearing from his throat as he curled into himself, waiting for the dawn. When morning broke over the Rocky Mountains, it came with a gray, heavy pallor, the sky draped in clouds that seemed to press the cold deeper into the earth. The shack, once a rickety shelter at the edge of the clearing, was now nothing but a smoldering ruin. Ash floated through the air like dirty snow, settling on the blackened beams and charred remains that littered the ground. The forest stood silent, its trees looming like mourners around a grave, their branches still in the windless dawn. Sheriff's deputies and forest rangers arrived, their boots crunching through the frost as they picked through the wreckage, their faces grim under the brims of their hats. Amid the ashes, they found Wyatt's body, charred beyond recognition, his bones crushed beneath the weight of something heavy. Tangled with him was what looked like the carcass of a deer, its antlers twisted and scorched, its hide marred by bullet holes and burns. Chronic wasting disease, one ranger muttered, shaking his head as he prodded the remains with a stick. Makes him aggressive, crazy-like. Must have charged the shack, started the fire somehow. The deputies nodded, their breath fogging in the cold as they scribbled notes, their explanation tidy, fitting the world they knew. But the mountains held their secrets close, and the truth was not so easily boxed away. Miles away, Cody was found shivering in a snowdrift, his face scratched and bloody from branches, his eyes wide with a terror that lingered like a fever. He babbled to the rangers who pulled him from the snow, his voice hoarse and broken, spilling words about the killdeer, about the dead rising, about eyes that burned white in the dark. The men exchanged glances, their faces softening with pity. Shock, they said. Hypothermia's got him rattled. They wrapped him in a blanket, drove him to the hospital in the valley, and later sent him home to heal. But the mountain folk, those with roots deep in the rocky soil, the old Ute and the old miners, knew better. When Cody's tale reached their ears in the cafes of Silverton and the bars of Ouray, they nodded in quiet understanding, passing the story along in hushed tones over kitchen tables and firelit porches, adding it to the tapestry of warnings woven through their lives. The old ones, those who still remembered the ways of their ancestors, spoke of how to stop the killdeer. Fire cleanses, they said, their voices low and serious. Burns the spirit clean. Or, they added, you could destroy the brain, crush it, split it, sever the vessel that held the forest's wrath. But most didn't tempt fate. They hunted with respect, honoring the ancient code etched into the bark of every lodgepole in Ponderosa. They used every part of the kill, meat for the table to fill hungry bellies, hides for warmth against the bitter winters, antlers carved into art or tools. Some called it tradition, a way to honor the land that sustained them. Others called it survival, a necessity to keep the balance with the wild. In the Rockies, it was both a truth as old as the mountains themselves. Hunters in those hills would tell you, if you asked, that not every deer in the woods was just a deer. Some watched with eyes that saw too much. Some waited, patient and unyielding, in the shadows of the pines. And if you heard hoofbeats, the slow scrape of antlers against your door, or a low groan carried on the wind like a whispered curse, you'd better pray you remembered the rules. Waste not, want not, honor the kill, or the forest would come for you. Cody never hunted again. The man who once strode through the mountains like a king was broken, his spirit as shattered as the shack's door. They sent him to a quiet room in Grand Junction, where he sat in a sterile room, his broad shoulders hunched, his eyes darting to the windows at night. He bolted his door, even there, and listened for the silence that was louder than any sound, because the forest remembered, its memory long and unforgiving, and the killdeer, it will never forget. It was a curse, the old one said, known to the Ute and Paiute who walked these hills before the settlers came. They honored their kills, gave thanks to the spirits, hunted with purpose, and used every part. Because in the Rockies, the deer remembers, and the killdeer waits. The horrifying truth behind my wife's accident. I sleep with my window closed now, not out of habit, out of fear. There are monsters in the world, real ones. Serial killers, rapists, the kinds of things we can name and lock up. But the supernatural? That's different. It's older, quieter, easier to keep secret. It hides in the cracks we pretend aren't there, just outside the corner of your eye, or curled up inside a dream you'll never remember. Ghosts, demons, vampires. We treat them like stories, but I don't think they ever were. I've never really been a skeptic. I was raised to keep an open mind about people, the world, and everything in between. Still, the supernatural was always just a bit of fun to me. I had a good job for a couple of years. Boring, no passion involved, but the money was nice. I had a beautiful fiancée too. Her name is Amanda. This journey of life is a funny thing. It has a strange way of not spoiling you. Like if too many good things happen, the universe needs to correct this imbalance. Joy is a debt to be paid. Amanda had complained about her car making odd noises for a couple of weeks, and she kept insisting she'd get it fixed, eventually. One night, my debt was paid in full. 3 years ago, she was driving home to me. We just had an argument over the phone, nothing serious. As she was driving at high speed on Interstate 95, her car had a wheel bearing failure. The report said she tried to brake, she lost control, hit a tree, and she died. They said it happened so fast, she didn't feel a thing. They said she likely didn't experience any fear, as if that was supposed to comfort me. The irony is that Amanda lost both her parents in a car crash around 7 years prior. She was in the back seat, but by some miracle she made it out with just a broken collarbone. I wouldn't really call it lucky. This is the tragedy that had come back to claim her, the one that got away. Her family came from Ireland, and she had no relatives in the country. No grandparents, no aunts or uncles even came to the funeral. It was just me, my family, and some of her close friends. She was loved. I hope she knew that. Her absent family meant that I had to identify her body. I'll never forget that day for as long as I live. Walking into the icy, sterile room at the Newcastle County Medical Examiner's office was the most painful experience of my life. I've had tragedy before. My father passed when I was very young. Cancer. But nothing could compare to the biblical levels of agony I felt that day. Grief. Real grief. It isn't just a feeling. It's an affliction. The way it manifests is physical. You feel it in every pulsing throb. Your body mechanically churns it through your system. It radiates from you, infecting others. You feel it in the nerves. Deep, inescapable, no refuge to be found in booze or medication. It feeds and grows until it cannot be contained in the flesh any longer. Then, it manifests outside of your suffering, in one way or another. It changes you. I entered the room with a coroner's hand on my shoulder. I didn't know what to expect. I just wanted to see her face one last time. Under a sickly white light on a cold steel table, impressive in its shine, lay a pale blue sheet draped over the figure of a woman. My woman. The love of my life. Are you ready, Malcolm? The coroner's voice, a low, raspy breath. His face sagged and stiff by years of death and mourning. I need to see her, I cried. I need to see my wife. My breath shallow and weak. I wasn't ready. The sheet was ripped back, violently revealing what my beautiful Amanda had become. Her jaw smashed open, her eyes absent, yet demanding my gaze. My fiancée, limbs twisted and deformed. Gore engulfed what was once pure and angelic. Her wet black hair now a mess of tendrils and cobwebs. She looked inhuman. The sight of her seared into my brain like an infection. No one to blame except myself. If I had pushed her a bit more, maybe she would have gotten it fixed and we'd be married by now. Maybe we'd have the kids we always talked about. Such a simple thing. That's not how things went. I've since learned there's nothing much to gain from thinking about what could have been, regardless of the pathetic piece of comfort that fantasy brings to me. She's gone. I have to accept that. After Amanda died, I completely unraveled. My job didn't last long after she passed. We were together for 9 years, and for those 9 years we were joint at the hip. Soulmates in the truest sense of the word. My twin flame. I don't have anyone in my life anymore. I've become a shut-in. Even just the sight of other people sends nauseating waves through my body, a sickening pulse compelling me to retreat from human interaction. I neglected those relationships, and they were right to abandon me. I don't blame them. They tried to pull me out of this pit I've dug for myself. But they have lives to live, and I have nothing to offer anyone anymore. I just bide my time until I can see her again. I live with my mother now in Levittown, Pennsylvania. She's been amazing. I don't see her much though. As a retired woman, she travels a lot with my stepdad. I think they're in Italy right now. I sleep in a tiny box room on the second floor. Just enough space for a single bed pushed up against the radiator and a small locker for some clothes. Just above the bed, the window. Outside my window is the front yard. 20 feet from the house is the street. Across from that, a row of houses, identical to mine. The street below is warm, soaked in a haze of orange streetlights, illuminating the way for the occasional passing stray. Just over a month ago, I was laying on my bed, room nice and cool, bathing in the depressive light from my phone. Something loud passed by my window. It was the sound of a car, except something was wrong. It sounded like it was dying. A deep mechanical groan. I looked out my window. Nothing. I shrugged and passed it off as a neighbor just driving by. Then I heard it again, and again, and again, every so often. An hour, 20 minutes. I kept hearing it night after night. I tried to catch a peek, but when I looked, it was just my plain old empty street in Levittown. No car. Hearing this sound sent me spiraling into a brutal frustration, a visceral attack of emotions I couldn't control, like I was trapped in some machine, completely at the mercy of whatever mental torture was destined for me, self-inflicted or otherwise. I couldn't stop seeing her face, not how she looked in life, but in death. The morgue, crushed, twisted, a mask of pain where beauty used to live, a face that screamed with no sound. That's not how I wanted to remember her. The walls of my room are covered with her pictures. Her eyes follow me. She watches me sleep, following the strange sounds of a damaged car that didn't seem to exist. I kept having these dreams. Horrible, vivid dreams. The kind that trick your brain into believing they're real. I'd be shopping, then look down and see the store tiles fall away from me as I sway from a rope tied tightly around my neck. Dreams of falling, burning, drowning, dying. The worst ones were of her. In dreams I'd see her, standing on the edge of total darkness, close enough to know it's her, but shrouded in enough deep shadow that I couldn't make out any of the horrific details. She'd extend her arms and reach for me, but I, as always, had to look away. I prayed and prayed I could fall asleep and just dream of her, before. Instead, my nightly routine was to be tortured by visions of her death, visions of what remained after the accident. This went on for weeks. I never thought about suicide until she died. I was that kind of asshole to see someone as weak for ending it. I now find myself considering it on a weekly basis. After weeks of miserable sleep, I sat at the dinner table for hours just thinking about her, about our life together, about what could be different. God, I miss her. I decided that I can't keep living like this. I had to actively try to get better. I love her. I always will. Maybe it'll never get easier, and maybe I'm not supposed to move on, but there was happiness I thought I could find. Moments of joy in between the decades of despair that wait for me. I was wrong. After I got into bed, window open, I heard someone walk past my house. It was around 2 a.m. Saturday. Drunk people coming home? I hear voices, people talking, laughing, footsteps. I've heard these sounds 1,000 times. This time, the steps didn't sound normal. They came in a strange rhythm. 1 to 2. Pause. 1 to 2. Like a child hopping down the street in the dark. Heavier. Then they stopped. Right outside. My mind caught this before I did. Like it was so used to the regular sounds of passers-by, and this one just stood out. I paused my phone to listen. I was sure it was right outside. I was sure I could hear something. A voice. A whisper. Nothing I could distinguish from the wind. I sat there for 30 minutes, just listening. I almost jumped out of my bed when I heard a woman's voice, loud as hell, coming from down the street. Her voice shattered the silence like a shotgun in a church. It was my neighbor laughing with her boyfriend as they stumbled home from a night of drinking. At least they have each other. I laughed and called myself an idiot, laying down to fall asleep, and I swear I heard someone jump into a full sprint. Steps wide and heavy, then a strange sweet smell lingered after. More drunks, I figured. I listened as the steps trailed off, becoming echoes. The next day I had almost forgotten about the strange sounds until I decided to walk to the shops. Out my front door, through my yard, and around the wooden fence, I felt something. A smell. Something familiar. Sweet and overpowering. Honestly, I didn't know what it was, but it made my mind conjure images of the past. Like a dirty window I could hardly see through. On the ground, something caught my eye. Light, reflecting on silver, reminded me of the table where I'd last seen her. It was a ring. I recognized it immediately. It was identical to my ring, the one I wore on my finger every day since I asked Amanda to be my wife. I was stunned. I couldn't believe it was here. Confused and disoriented, I spun my head around the neighborhood like I was being watched by ghosts. A neighbor working his garden waved to me. I didn't react. I just turned around, walked back inside, and closed the door. I kept her engagement ring in my hand all day. Later that night, same as every night, in bed, bathed in the loathsome glow of Reddit or some other shitty website, I heard it again. This time, it was around 1 a.m., hopping up the street, the sound of shoes crunching on stones, a strange wet splat, accompanying each odd step. Again, just like last time, it stopped right outside my window. I just listened. Something about the sound got under my skin. I was almost afraid to look. I fought back against the oppressive emotion as I reached for the curtain, just to pull it open. Before I heard a voice. It was a woman's voice. A whisper. Soft, yet sounded like it was coming from all around me. The sound resonating in my body. Then it stopped. My skin began to tighten. By the time the initial confusion had passed, I began trying to rationalize the situation. Surely it was just a neighbor talking to someone. I forced a smile and lay back down, closed my eyes. Then it spoke again. "Hey, Malcolm." The words fell out of the whisperer's mouth and came and went like raindrops. Gentle, like silk. My face and body tensed at the sound of my own name. The words were soft. You could almost miss it. "Let me in, Malcolm." Then all was silent. I never answered, and I never heard them leave. I didn't get much sleep that night, or any night after, to be honest. The following day, I felt crippling fatigue, as if my body was lacking the means to carry my own weight. Forcing myself to do some chores around the house wasn't easy. I was perfectly content to let everything fall apart, sit down, drink, and rot. As I was doing my tasks, walking around the house, passing windows, I was frequently distracted. Any sign of movement outside pulled me away from what I was doing like a hidden hand. It's strange, I half expected to see her walking in the driveway of my mother's home in Levittown to visit me. She never did. The day carried on as normal. Misery. As I was laying in my bed later that night, staring at the impossible ring, now hanging from a hook on my wall, I heard the sound again. That strange, hopping sound. Wet, heavy. It was approaching from down the street, louder and louder with each step until its climax was right outside. I heard a slow, long, deep breath. Then it spoke to me. "I need to come inside. Open the curtain. Malcolm, please, let me inside. Malcolm, please. I just need to see you. Open the curtain. Malcolm, please, it's me. I need to come inside. Open the curtain." It was her. A strange smell permeated the room. Sweet and overpowering. I know it's impossible. Amanda is dead. I identified her body. I was at her funeral. I knew she was dead. Yet she spoke. I didn't answer. I just cried. She spoke for hours, just repeating herself. The love of my life. Mangled, buried, and dead. Calling to me from the night right outside my bedroom window. I wished I had the courage to look. What would I see? Some kids playing a sick joke on me? Some kind of monster using her voice? My beautiful wife to be the way she was? In the morgue? I just lay there, scared and crying. Until the sun came up, and with it, the voice drifted away. Like she was a radio losing signal. It took me hours to finally sit up and get out of bed. I didn't look out the window. Every pane of glass injected fear into my veins. Peripheral beings danced at the corners of my eyes. Footsteps behind me coming from nothing or no one. I closed all of the curtains on every window of the house. It stayed that way for days. The neighbor who had waved at me called over. He said he was just checking on me. He obviously saw the curtains drawn for a while and grew concerned. I know I looked insane. I hadn't really slept in weeks. The dreams were too much. Not like my nightly visitor would let me get much sleep anyways. I told him I was okay. I know he didn't believe me. His face recoiled on itself, like he smelled something awful. I didn't care. I closed the door on him. The next night I was terrified. I thought maybe if I sleep early, I'll just sleep through it and it will be like it never happened. So that's what I did, or should I say tried to do. I don't know what woke me. Maybe another horrible nightmare? I couldn't remember. I jumped up in a cold sweat. I could immediately smell her perfume. There was no doubt now, that's what I was smelling. I could hear her, outside my window, whispering loudly. It took a moment for the sounds to evolve into words. "Malcolm, I need to come in. It's me. Open the curtain, Malcolm. Malcolm, please, it's me. I love you. Let me in. I love you. I love you. Let me come in, please. I know you found my ring." I felt my room shrink, closing in around like suffocating darkness. Each word sending me deeper and deeper into the depths of despair. I couldn't take it anymore. "Go away!" I screamed in a coward's yell. "Malcolm, you have to let me in, so we can be together. Malcolm, it's me, please. Don't leave me out here. We can be together." My heart punched at my ribs as rage clawed at my throat. I wanted to scream and cry and throw up all at once. "You're not Amanda? Fuck off. Just open the curtain, you'll see. It's me, Malcolm. I love you." The voice changed tone. It sounded enthused by my response. That night, I didn't sleep. I couldn't. I sat on my bed with my back against the wall, watching the curtain as it fluttered in the breeze. And she whispered. For hours. It wasn't begging anymore. It was softer now, confident, almost soothing, like she knew I was listening. "I know you want to see me, Malcolm. I know you're tired. I can make the pain stop. I miss you. Please, Malcolm, let me come in." I didn't move. I didn't speak. I didn't cry. I just listened. And then she said something I'll never forget. She said, "You're already halfway gone. You just need a little push." I swear to God, I heard a smile in her voice when she said it. Then her laugh. Her beautiful laugh. It echoed for hours. I sleep with my window closed now. No more breeze. No more sound. No more Amanda. Still, she comes. Muffled through the glass, I can hear her, tapping at my windows. I live with my curtains drawn. Day or night, it's all the same to me now. She hasn't stopped. Her temptations are constant. I haven't eaten, haven't slept in days. I don't think my body even wants to anymore. She tells me I've suffered enough. That piece is just on the other side of the curtain. Just take a peek. She says that I was never meant to stay here without her. I still hear her, whispering my name, whispering things. Sometimes she says stuff I don't understand, like she's speaking in a way that doesn't fit inside a mouth. But then she comes back to Amanda, back to "I love you," back to "let me in." Her ring is always in my hand. The tapping on my window persists. Every window, steady, delicate, too slow to be impatient. I don't remember standing up. I don't remember walking to the curtain. But I'm there now. Her perfume wraps around my throat like a noose. The same scent she wore the first night we said forever. I reach for the curtain. My hand is trembling, like it's trying to pull itself back. She's whispering, "Malcolm, please, you miss me. I'm cold. You were never supposed to see what was left of me." I freeze. The room groans and tilts like a sinking ship. My name keeps spilling from her mouth like it's stuck in her teeth. "Malcolm, Malcolm, Malcolm, Malcolm." I pull the curtain open. I am not afraid. She's there, standing on the edge of total darkness. Beneath the glow of the orange streetlight, it's flickering behind her. Her eyes are full, though she hasn't blinked once. Her hair is falling across her face like it used to, and she's wearing the black hoodie she stole from me the day we moved in together. She looks alive, warm, real, not broken, not dead, not buried. She raises her hands to reach for me. This time, I don't look away. Her fingers are too long. She smiles at me, her eyes grow wider, and she says, "There you are." Her mouth doesn't move. I unlock the window. I let her in. A hand gently rests on my shoulder. She's home. The hand on my shoulder was warm. Too warm. Like flesh left too close to a flame. I turned, expecting Amanda's eyes, her smile, the one that used to light up our tiny apartment when she came home from her shift at the diner. Instead, the room tilted. The walls breathed. The orange streetlight outside flickered in a rhythm that matched my pulse. She stepped fully inside. The window did not creak. It sighed, as if relieved to finally close the gap between us. Her hoodie, my hoodie, hung loose on her frame, but the sleeves ended in fingers that stretched, jointed wrong, curling like smoke. She tilted her head, and the smile came again. No teeth, just a seam that opened too wide. "Malcolm," she said, and the name tasted like rust in the air. "You kept me waiting." I should have screamed. I should have run. But grief is a drug, and I was already addicted. I let her lead me to the bed. She sat beside me, stroked my hair with those impossible fingers, and whispered promises. No more pain, no more nights alone, just forever. I believed her, because I wanted to. I fell asleep with her humming the song we danced to at our engagement party. That was the first night I did not dream. I woke up weaker. My reflection in the bathroom mirror looked thinned. The skin under my eyes had turned the color of old bruises. My hands shook when I tried to grip the sink. Mom called from Italy. Her voice crackled with worry, but I told her I was fine. I was not. The house felt heavier, like the air had thickened into syrup. The pictures of Amanda on the walls. Her eyes followed me, but now they were too dark, too hungry. The second night, she did not come through the window. She was already in the room when I woke, sitting in the corner where the radiator hissed. The hoodie was gone. She wore the dress from our first date, black, sleeveless, the one that made her look like a storm cloud, but the fabric clung wrong, like it was painted on. She beckoned. I went to her. She pressed her lips to my neck, and I felt something pull, not a kiss, but a drain, like she was sipping. By the fifth night, I could not stand. My legs gave out when I tried to reach the kitchen. The ring, the one I had found in the yard, burned against my palm. I had not let it go since she came inside. It left a perfect circle of raw skin. I started seeing things in the corners, shadows that moved when I blinked, whispers that were not hers. Amanda's voice, but layered underneath with something older. Guttural. Wet. I thought I was losing my mind. That grief had finally cracked me open. I started talking to the thing wearing her face, begging it to take me instead. Let me be with her. It laughed, Amanda's laugh, but stretched, like a tape played too slow. Soon, it said, you are almost ready. Then came the night I found the truth. I had dragged myself to the basement, looking for Mom's old photo albums, anything to remember Amanda's real smile. The boxes were stacked against the far wall, under the single bare bulb. I pulled one down, and something fell out. Not a photo, a Polaroid, taken the night of the accident. Amanda's car crumpled against the tree on I-95, but in the foreground, half cut off by the frame, was a figure. Tall, hooded, fingers too long, watching. My stomach lurched. I tore through the rest of the box. More photos, all from that night. All with the same figure in the background, closer each time. And the last one, it stood over her body, head tilted, like it was listening to her die. It was not grief. It was not a ghost. It was a thief. I started digging. Old library books Mom kept from her occult phase. Stuff she had laughed off as hippie nonsense. I found it in a crumbling journal from 1920 seconds Delaware folklore. The Hollow Wraith. A thing that feeds on unfinished lives. It does not kill outright. It waits for the crash, the heart attack, the overdose, then steps in, wears the face of the lost, and drinks the survivor dry. The ring, a tether. The perfume, a lure. The voice, a hook. It wanted me hollowed out. A matching set. I stopped sleeping, stopped eating. I researched like a man possessed, because I was. Salt lines at the windows, iron nails under the bed. I found a priest in Philly who had exorcised something similar in the 70 seconds. He mailed me a vial of water, blessed under a blood moon. I mixed it with Amanda's old perfume. The real bottle, the one she had worn before the crash. The scent made me sob, but I needed the anchor. The final night, it came for the kill. The basement was a tomb of dust and flickering shadows. The single bulb overhead had long since shattered. Only the orange spill from the streetlight above filtered through a cracked window, well, painting everything in bruised hues. I knelt in the center of the salt and iron circle I had spent 3 feverish days perfecting, 3 concentric rings, each etched with sigils copied from the crumbling 1923 journal. My hands shook so badly the chalk lines wavered, but they held. The vial of blood moon water hung from a leather cord around my neck, pressed against my sternum like a second heart. Amanda's real ring, still warm from my grip, was clenched in my left fist. In my right, the bottle of her perfume, half empty, stoppered with wax. I had not eaten in 4 days. My ribs showed through skin the color of wet paper. Every breath tasted of copper and rot. But I was awake, more awake than I had been since the crash. The stairs creaked, slow, deliberate, wrong. Each step bowed under a weight that was not human. The air thickened, turned syrupy. The temperature plummeted. Frost spider, webbed across the concrete floor outside the circle. My breath plumed white. She descended. At first, it was Amanda. Perfect, heartbreaking Amanda. The black dress from our first date clung to her like liquid night. Her hair fell in the exact waves I used to trace with my fingers while she slept. She smiled, and for one treacherous second, my knees buckled. But the illusion flickered. The dress rippled like oil on water. Her shadow on the wall stretched taller, thinner, splitting into too many limbs. Malcolm, it said, and the voice was hers layered over something wet and grinding, like bones dragged across gravel. You are late. The thing stepped off the last stair. The floor did not echo. It absorbed the sound, swallowed it whole. The hoodie was gone now. The dress peeled away in strips, revealing not skin but a void, black, starless, hungry. Where her face should have been, Amanda's features floated like a mask on smoke. The eyes were pits. The mouth opened sideways, unhinging past the jaw, revealing rows of needle teeth that glinted like broken glass. It moved, not walked, flowed. The distance between us shrank in a blink. One moment it was at the foot of the stairs. The next, its 2 long fingers were inches from the salt line. The air inside the circle screamed. The iron filings hissed, glowing red. The thing recoiled with a sound like tearing sheet metal, but only for a heartbeat. Then it pressed. The circle buckled. Salt crystals jumped and danced. The chalk sigils bled black. I felt the pressure in my teeth, my spine, my soul, like a vice made of midnight. My vision tunneled. The vial at my chest burned cold. Now, I rasped, and smashed the perfume bottle against the floor inside the circle. The scent exploded. Jasmine, vanilla, the ghost of her laugh on summer nights. Real. Hers. The thing shrieked. A sound that was not sound but pain given voice. The mask of Amanda's face warped, stretching, cracking. Black ichor oozed from the seams. It lunged, claws raking the air where my throat had been a second before. I had rolled aside, ribs screaming, and came up with the vial, uncorked. Holy water in her blood. I spat because I had pricked my finger and mixed a drop with the blessing. You do not get to wear her anymore. I flung the contents. The water hit the thing's chest and detonated, not fire, light, white, searing, the kind that burnt shadows. The wraith convulsed. Its form shattered into fragments of Amanda, her smile, her eyes, her hands, each piece screaming in her voice before dissolving into smoke. The basement shook. Pipes burst overhead, spraying rust and ice. The circle's iron filings ignited, forming a ring of blue flame that licked at the thing's edges. It was not done. The void reformed. Taller now. A pillar of writhing darkness shot through with Amanda's trapped light. From its core, her real soul flickered. Small, terrified, reaching. The wraith's voice boomed, no longer pretending to be human. She was mine the moment the wheel snapped. You are the leftover. It slammed into the circle. The impact drove me to my knees. Blood poured from my nose, hot and metallic. The salt line cracked. One sigil went dark. The flame guttered. I felt my life unraveling. Threads of memory, of love, of self, being sucked into the void. My vision grayed. I saw the crash again. The tree, the twisted metal, the figure watching from the tree line. I crawled forward on shredded knees, dragging the ring through the salt. The metal burned, but I pressed it to the broken sigil. "Amanda Carter!" I screamed, voice raw. "I name you. I see you." The ring flared. Gold light poured from it, threading through the circle like veins. The wraith howled as the light found Amanda's soul. She stepped forward, not the thing's puppet, but her. Translucent, glowing, fierce. Her eyes locked on mine. She raised both hands. The basement erupted. Light and shadow clashed like titans. The wraith's claws raked the air, shredding the walls. Plaster exploded, exposing brick and bone-cold earth. Pipes tore free, whipping like serpents. The circle's flames roared higher, fed by the perfume scent and my blood. I was lifted off the ground, suspended in the maelstrom, the ring cutting into my palm. Amanda's light wrapped around me, a shield. The wraith's darkness tried to swallow it, but she pushed. With a sound like the world ending, the void cracked down the middle. Amanda's soul stepped through the fracture, whole and radiant. She turned to the wraith, now a shrieking, formless mass, and spoke, not with words, but with memory. Our first kiss, the burnt toast, the hoodie, the ring, the word forever. Each memory was a blade. The wraith convulsed, shrinking, folding in on itself. I fell. The circle held. The flames died to embers. The basement was silent except for my ragged breathing and the drip of water from broken pipes. Amanda floated above the ashes of the thing. The wraith was gone, reduced to a stain of black ichor that steamed and vanished. She looked at me, really looked and smiled. The real one. The one that made the world make sense. She touched my cheek, cool, fleeting. "Live," she whispered, "for both of us." Then she waved, just once, the way she used to when I left for work, and dissolved into light that soaked into the walls, the floor, the ring still clenched in my fist. The basement smelled of jasmine and ozone. I crawled upstairs at dawn. The curtains were still drawn, but the sun found the cracks. Levittown was quiet. The streetlights flickered off. The ring was cool now, just gold, just hers. I opened the front door and stepped outside. The air was cold, but it was clean.